How many more days could I wait? Leave plans for you, and I won't ever fall through. I think I lie for you. I think I die for you. Sure to see cry for you. Don't think when you want me to. Like controller, controller. Yeah, like controller, controller. Yeah. Oh, like when I can, I'm ready. Tell you what you do. Go faster, like controller, controller, like controller, controller. And I never wanna waste things, Charlie. I do not say you want it. They just wanna take my body. They don't want me to get you out. They don't want you to love and project. They don't wanna see me sign your love. They don't wanna see me smiling back when they free. Knowing I die to you. Wanna see my home. You know me too. I know that you're drunk. Tell me what you want after this club. You know you're nasty. Don't move right in my house, you call a taxi. I'm picky with my women, I'm deciding. Call me to your baby, I'm sliding. I'm picky with my women, I'm deciding. Call me to your baby, I'm sliding. First things first, let me get that introduction. We on the long road to self-destruction. You so in love, you ain't gonna tell me nothing. Let me get this pill, cause I had no idea. I did too much, I feel like I did too much. Let's get naughty, yeah, I need all, yeah. I feel like I did too much, I feel like I did too much. Yeah, let's party, yeah, I need all, yeah. First things first, let me get that introduction. We on the long road to self-destruction. You so in love, you ain't gonna tell me nothing. Let me get this pill, cause I had no idea. I feel like I did too much, I feel like I did too much. So let's get naughty, yeah, I need all, yeah. I feel like I did too much, I feel like I did too much. Yeah, let's party, yeah, I need all, yeah. Since you've been gone, I've been just okay. I know you back, you didn't see my.
Hey guys, what's up? What's going on? Good night, I should say, since it's already really late here. But yeah, the topic I want to talk about is Africans are tired. Like Africans are traumatized. Not all, but it's a lot of conflicts that Africans have gone through and are currently still going through. So it's like when people are so hard on Africans, have Africans received help for what they've gone through? Like, have they got psychological attention? Obviously not, right? So it's just crazy to just think or accept or expect that some African countries will get it together when 20 years ago they were in a civil war. When I think of Rwanda, I'm happy for Rwanda's progress, but I can't help but to think that the resentment of the other tribes is there. Like whenever people talk about Rwanda's doing amazing, Rwanda's doing great, I'm just like, yeah, but see, what I've noticed with a lot of African issues is that the Africans, for some reason, Africans of today remember the conflict, the tribal conflicts that their ancestors went through 200 to 300 years ago. You'll literally hear an African be like, "Oh, I don't like that tribe because of something that they did 300 years ago." And I'm like, "How do you know about that? You did not experience that." So that was passed down resentment from your parents, and it keeps going. It keeps going. A lot of them don't like to admit it, but this passed down trauma, a lot of it has not been addressed. It's just been pushed aside. And then we expect these countries to move forward in a new path when you basically tell these some of these people, "Oh, you know, you murdered my ancestors, but that's okay." No, where's the actual like where's the actual development? Like how do we really know that they don't have resentment towards each other? I feel like a lot of these tribes have resentment. The ones that are not even fighting right now, the ones that are fighting, it can be obvious. I'll go through that later in the stream. But the ones that are not fighting, it doesn't mean that everything is perfect. I mean, 54 countries, let me say at least 20 of them I'm kind of concerned about. Other countries, not so much, but at least 20 of them, I think, even if they look perfect, I don't know. Listen, it's not something I like to talk about because, it's not good, really. But it's just something that I've thought about recently. So I'm going to go ahead and share what's happening in Central African Republic. Central African Republic has been going through it. Their estimated population was supposed to be around 10 million, but their population is 4.5 million because they keep murdering each other. No lie. Things keep happening in the CAR. And I'll drop the link to this documentary. It's Vice News, so I'm going to try to be really careful. I might get a copyright strike or whatever, but just if that happens, just bear with me. I'll be right back. Just stay clear. I'm not going to play the whole thing. Oh, wait. I'll just play certain clips.
The French had spent the week trying to disarm the Seleka, but many still had their weapons. At a nearby checkpoint, French soldiers, as well as African Union troops, who were part of a multinational peacekeeping force called FOMAC, tried to keep more violence from breaking out. Within FOMAC, there were a large number of soldiers from neighboring Chad. Complicating matters, the Seleka had a large number of Chadi mercenaries in their ranks. Locals had started telling us that these ex-Seleka mercenaries had recently started blending in with the Chadian FOMAC to avoid being disarmed.
I to quieten the situation.
Reconciliation.
Yes, I have lost my own brother last Thursday.
To the fighting.
Yes, if I was a man of anger, I could take any gun, any network bomb, kill everybody. But I will not do it.
The French had spent the week trying to disarm the Seleka, but many still had their weapons.
Okay, I wanted to play that part. I'll play more a little bit later, but if you hear that sentiment is a sentiment that I think a lot of people feel, they just don't talk about it. You get rid of my family, this country is not doing anything for me, I don't mind blowing all of you guys up. Like, that's literally the sentiment that we see in so many countries. And I don't have a solution for this. But also, if you guys, I'll go through this a little bit later. Let me try to find this second clip. I'm really not trying to get in trouble, so let me see if I can find it. Oh, and they were equating this to, you know, how the war veterans came back from Vietnam and they were suffering from PTSD. They were saying that these proxy wars, these mercenaries, secessionist movements also have the same thing. But I mean, at least I know in America they don't treat their war veterans the best, but at least they get something. African war veterans, whether it be the official military or these street war veterans, they don't get any help. They're left by themselves, right? So let me see. Hold on. Let me see. I'm gonna fast forward this to 1050.
Chaque personne a l'intérêt, mais je ne sais pas leur tort.
Et maintenant, sont disponibles là-bas.
Ah, ils sont là toujours. Ils sont en train de, hein?
Oui.
Ils sont en train de garder notre maison et puis l'autre, ça passait.
Oh shit! Stop. Fuck.
All right. So that part was the journalist was there, doing what they do. You know, I won't even call the journalists a background. They were just there reporting the news, and you know, their life or their lives were threatened many times, not because they come from the West, but simply because every day in the village there's a shooting, every day in the village there's a bombing. And just to think that people actually have to live like this. People actually now I now I get a little bit of a semblance of what a civil war is, because you know, people kind of like, you African. Yeah, well, my country didn't go through anything like this. Not in my time. The last time we had conflict was in the 1980s. So my generation doesn't remember any of this. So I can't relate. I don't know why people expect me to be able to relate to this. This is shocking to me that people are living like this and are left due to just make do with all of this. It's really interesting when people hop on panels and talk about let's revolutionize the people, and a lot of people think or feel that they are revolutionizing themselves, but who's there to support them? Who's there to help them? How are they really supposed to revolutionize themselves if they're getting arms from the West and calling the other group the enemy? Like, how? Let me just hold on, play one more.
Les anti-Balaka. Et les anti-Balaka, après, ils viennent tuer les musulmans.
The attempted disarmament of the Seleka had allowed the anti-Balaka to go on the offensive. The violence showed no signs of stopping, especially in Mesquite, another religiously mixed neighborhood.
Okay, so to just briefly break this down, Central African Republic, what's going on is the Balaka is predominantly Christian fashion. The Salaka is the Muslim fashion. But it's if you try to watch this, right, or study this and you just go like, "Oh, well, it's Christian versus Muslims." It's really not that simple. It's at the end they were pushed towards, you know, being religiously apart, but the initial conflict really is with the government. These people don't feel empowered. they tried to get rid of their president, like always, calling their president a dictator, calling their president an oppressor. So it's just a lot of unhappiness in the country. Um, a lot of people, myself included, I had no idea what Central African Republic is. I thought that was just a football team. Yeah, that's anyway, I'm not going to make fun of Central African Republic, but what's going on there is it's just bad. It's really bad. It's really bad out there. These are one of the nations where I'm really not sure if they're gonna get it together, at least in my lifetime. I'm honestly not sure. So go more into it. Give me one moment. I'm gonna play the last clip. 12:30. 12 minutes 30 seconds is the last clip. But yeah, no, this is really bad. Yeah. So when people go like, oh, well, people just have to come together, they don't want to come together. I suppose there needs to be a dictator to force them to come together because they're literally murdering each other.
Groups against looters in the Antabalaka, and many were angry with the French and African Union troops for what they felt was a lack of protection. And Khalid, what's happening here this morning?
This morning, I think one of our brothers has been killed by Antabalakas. They are everywhere in this district.
All right, so one of the village men was like very distrustful of the French. So I guess some people are woke because they're just like, you're coming in here, you're taking this, you're taking that, you're not helping anything. Your faith, basically, is what the villagers said. And I'm really happy that people are aware of that, but I don't think the majority of people get that. In Central African Republic currently, African Union is there. I don't know why they even care or pretend to care about this. So African Union is there, but mostly it's French troops that are looking out at this. And I don't know if the question is, oh, well, this is really confusing. I'll be honest with you, because you can't just be like, oh, the French are the bad guy, the French are this, the French are that. The French clearly, or the French military, French soldiers, are clearly not helping, but they were asked to come there. That's the part that no one wants to talk about. It's not like the French just decided to go there like, oh, okay, we're gonna self-appoint ourselves as its saviors. The government asked the French soldiers to come there. So it's just kind of like, if you didn't want the French that bad, why did you not kick them out already? Oh, because you realize that you can't deal with this without the French. Whatever bad they're doing, you realize that there's a point in them being there. Yes, they're not helping. Yes, they're stealing, they're looting, they're doing all that, but so are you. That's the part that's like, it's confusing. Give me a moment. Let me pick something. Sorry, guys, I had to pick something up. But yes, that is the whole part that confuses me. It's like these people will be like, screw French, and then they'll ask someone like Russia to come in. So it's like, who are you really fooling? So what are you really doing? Gosh, why did I grab so okay. So there's 3 more clips or 3 more sections. What's the other one? $28.53.
Anti-Balaka ak rébellion. Anti-Balaka ak eso révolution nationale ak rébellion pata. Deni so comme ala kanga legena atene ala ti désarmé i sara mbeto kete imati kuti baye so ala kasara que akia terroriste là aga à présent à Canada République centrafricaine. Il lance appel so na ala ba tene wata.
Okay, so he just interviewed one of the military generals or successionist leader because he's not part of the official military. He's part of, I don't know, regular fighters that organize themselves to be like a military. That he's part of the Balaka fashion. So he's part of the predominantly Christian fashion. And he is just basically saying, I have one of his quotes right here. He basically just said, if France does not get involved in this, then we'll see France as the enemy. So they basically were trying to put pressure towards the international community to choose sides. Yeah, that's what they were doing. And they were like, France being quiet about this means that they're not with us. So it's like a double whammy when the other, like your brothers, are the enemy. And so is the international community. If they're not doing what you see fit, it's crazy, man. It's honestly crazy. Then there was another one here.
Titene itumbala ando kodroti e itumbala ouais iwani na force soit force française soit miska inala koi ikeidala imuma boko na la titene i sara désarmement ti bangi.
Before we left, the command.
Okay, so basically the guy was like, then we will help the French and FOMAC and disarming and restoring peace. So once again, the sentiment is the other fashion is evil, and we need French. We need military equipment. We need guns. We need all of this from the French so that we can destroy our brothers, so that we can restore peace in this nation. That is the mentality of the average fighter. And to me, it's like, this makes me so sad. You don't even understand how sad this makes me. Like, the other guy is automatically the enemy. And it's just this thing of people being like, oh, we're woke, we don't trust French. But then whenever you need military, that's who you happily run to. These people are lying. Not them, but you know what I'm saying. The people who covered this up are lying.
Commander had one last thing he wanted to say. An ominous warning for everything could stop the inevitable.
Ike sigi et pas la duty responsable.
There were troops everywhere, but they weren't making much of a difference. It seemed like nothing could stop the inevitable.
So later on, I'll drop the link for this documentary in case anybody's interested. It's 40 minutes. I'm not trying to watch that right now. I did watch it, but I mean, I'm not trying to, yeah. So in the latter part of the video, what's very interesting is when the Muslims kill someone, they say Allah Akbar, and then they go to the mosque right after. Then when the Christians kill somebody, they go like, oh, they ask God for forgiveness, like, oh God, please forgive me. And then they go to church afterwards, and it's just like all these people are doing it in the name of their God. And right after, they act like everything's normal, but you just killed someone. You just murdered somebody. How do you live with yourself? Maybe I'm speaking from a place, I get I'm speaking from a place of not understanding, but this must have serious psychological effects, okay, especially the children. There are a lot of child soldiers. I know people joke about another country having child soldiers. There are a lot of child soldiers in this that are recruited in this. They even say the younger the better, the younger the more you can influence the mentality, right? So with these child soldiers, they're exposed to all of this craziness. Or even if you're, let's say your son and your father died, right, during this, and you automatically want me to believe that when you become 30, 40, you're just gonna let it go. You're just gonna be like, oh, that happened. These people are going to continue this. That's the sad part. Like, it's just, there's no psychological awareness for this. And I know I'm using big words, but it's like, when do they I don't even have any Pan-African words for this. Wait, okay. So now gonna watch. Trying to find another, and it's not just Central African Republic, by the way, but this is one that's easy to talk about because no one knows about it, type of thing. We'll talk about other conflicts as well. But yeah, so that first video, I'm not gonna lie, was some years back. So now you see how they were like, screw the French. Well, they're with Russia now. So it's like, is the problem going to be over if you just say you want another European influence as help? Yeah, let's just watch.
Hello there, thanks for joining us for Reporters Plus on France 24. I'm Catherine Nicholson. Now, in this programme, an African state where Russian mercenaries are a growing presence. Since 2017, the Wagner Group, a company and an effective secret army of the Kremlin, has had paid fighters on the ground in Central African Republic. They protect the impoverished country's regime in exchange for valuable mineral resources. All of this accompanied by a massive propaganda campaign to cover up for the crimes they're accused of. Well, Russia is seen to be using Central African Republic as a testing ground for a new battle for global influence, all while taking advantage of France's loss of influence in its former colony, a country ripped apart by decades of bloody civil war. Carole Valade and Clément Diroma report for France 24.
Et nous disons au feu qu'à partir d'aujourd'hui, nous allons soutenir la Russie In Bangui, thousands of miles from Kyiv, crowds wave the Russian flag. It's the capital of the Central African Republic, a former French colony.
Russia asked Ukraine to stop the attacks, but they didn't comply. Then Russia attacked Ukraine. You should know that.
The protests are run by an anti-French group, financed by Russia.
Russia is having a hard time, so we must support them. This protest is only to show them the Central African Republic supports Russia at all costs.
Russia's support is crucial to the Central African Republic. The country has been in civil war for decades, and fresh violence flared up last year. The government, threatened by the rebels surrounding the capital, rallied all the forces at their disposal.
Okay, no, to clear things up, it's an ongoing civil conflict. So it's solved and then it just comes back again. What it seems is that the armed rebels have more of the people's trust than the actual government, which is why this cycle keeps happening. As for what's going on right now, I don't know. I'm trying to find the date when this video was posted. I can't see it. But I think it was I know it was within this year, but I don't remember exactly when. But this stuff is kind of recent.
You are defending the country from rebels and mercenaries.
We mustn't give up even 1 centimeter of our national territory. You've shown our support. At ease.
Alongside the army of the Central African Republic, we can now see white men with masks. As per a defense agreement with Moscow, thousands of Russian soldiers arrived in the Central African Republic, mercenaries working for the Wagner Group, a shadow army that serves the Kremlin without officially doing so. They are the personal bodyguards of Faustin Archange Touadera, the president of the Central African Republic. Moscow uses its pawns to undermine French influence in Africa. Russian flags fly over Moscow tanks at ceremonies. Even Moscow's musicians celebrate this alliance.
This is pretty shady. Do you guys trust Russian? I know Russia has done good to some African countries, but do you guys trust this recent Russian influence of let's kick out France and then just automatically add Russia? I mean, I have real skepticism about this. And this was posted in 10 September 2022. Thanks. So I guess this is recent. I guess it's recent. I guess what's going on in the CAR is not over. But let me see what you guys are saying. Hello, straight to you. Were you talking to me? In any case, what's up? Crenshaw granted the Tutsis are minority representing 50%. Yeah, that's a recipe for disaster. I'll get into that, but this propaganda, and I have a Rwandi's friend. I don't want to offend him, but I'm sorry. Like, we're all waiting until Kagame goes away. And then we're gonna see if you guys are gonna get along for real. That's just what we're saying. We're not trying to say like Kagame is a good leader, but please don't come and talk to me about nobody has resentments towards what happened. I don't want to believe that, okay? I just don't have their resentment. Oh, yep, they do. The Hutus are training in the Congo and other places to make a ooh. Okay, so you guys are pretty aware of that. Hi, Crenshaw Grinder. Check out a YouTube channel called Critical Collective and see a video titled Under Development in Africa. What's the real story? This lecture. Okay, I'll check that out. I'll check that out. Hey, Bullet. Do the African countries have factories to Hey, maybe South Africa does, but I'm not aware of any African country that has I'm personally not aware of African countries that have factories to produce guns. I'm just being honest about that. Oh, what an African countries, not just one. But I was just talking about the CAR, Central African Republic, you know. Nobody talks about that country. I don't blame them. I don't want to say something too much before someone from that country comes for me, but you know, it doesn't look like much is going on over there.
The Russian propaganda machine is at full throttle. The army and the Russian allies pushed the rebels away from the cities a year later. Day-to-day life in Bangui resumed. The mercenaries are still there, but more discreet. They don't want to be caught on film. Students are back at the country's only university for the first time since the war. Among them, Tresor Adoum, who's complained,
and the soldier in the front. It says a lot. It speaks to the security situation for many people. The soldiers are Central African Armed Forces and the Russians. When I see this, I see hope. Today, for a mother or children, but tomorrow it could be for me. They will.
Yeah, guys, sorry, I'm intentionally pausing it a little bit because I don't want to get in trouble. Also, because it's a 25-minute video, I don't want to watch the whole video. But one of the quotes in one of the videos, I'm pretty sure I'm going to skip the scene, but there was a man crying. He was hysterical. He was crying a lot. And he was like, it would have been even better for me. I wrote the quote down. It would have been even better for me if I died so that my wife could be unhappy in my death and so that my wife could know that I tried. I am here right now and I am a helpless man. And I'm just like, this is hopeless, man. This is really, really hopeless. Someone saying they wish they would have been gone to make their wife happier than she is now, because he can't provide and protect against all these other rebels and what's going on. And you know, I guess this Russia thing is going good. I'll do more research in the background to see, but I just have my doubts about this. I really do. But let's keep going.
Will protect us, and it reassures me because when we're attacked, they'll protect me. When I see this, I'm happy and grateful, and I applaud them for what they do.
The scars of 2013 are still fresh, and the town foresees a new disaster. 8 years later, the rebels are back on the city's doorstep, behind those hills.
They were over there.
some of them already in the capital, dressed up as civilians. With the help of Russians and Rwandans, they were repelled, and calm has returned to the country. They were pushed to the far ends of the country. It gives us hope that we won't relive our past.
Years of chaos have left the country and its economy on its knees. Most people of the Central African Republic don't have enough to eat.
Okay, my bad, my bad. So the conflict is over. Great. That's awesome, but not really. Reason being is this well the it just ended in 2021. The onset of the conflicts were in 2013. So most people in these videos were alive during that time, and it just makes me think what's really going to it's not that I want something bad to happen, but I just I don't know how, I'll be honest, like I don't know how people are coping. I have no idea, especially looking at some of these grave sites, walking past them, seeing people of different religions or different political fashions. I'll take a look at who's the president, but I wouldn't know anything about him. So I don't, but I guess this is good. I don't know. It's been a year. It's been a year and there seems to be peace. I guess that's better than nothing. What do you guys think? And also, please answer the question. Do you guys think that the Russian mercenaries are better than the French ones, or do you think it's the same? I would like to know you guys' opinion on that.
Thousands of people went to see a Russian action movie filmed in the car. The film was made by a firm belonging to the Wagner Group and shows mercenary activity in the country. A young actor got the main role in Tourist.
Where I live, I have nothing for an actor in a big film. A film that was a hit in the Central African Republic. Anywhere else, I would be in a big car, maybe building a villa for myself and my children, you know? You see how I work here? You see this environment?
Just a year earlier, Melo was on the red carpet in front of a crowd. Torture, rape, murder, looting, and other war crimes. The UN accuses the Russians of hundreds of abuses. Local NGOs discreetly gather testimonies in the capital. Layla is 25 and the widow of a gold dealer in the center of the country. Her husband was killed by the Russian army.
My husband traveled to the gold and diamond mines to resell them in Bambari. I learned the army was leading an operation over there. I told him, but he took the risk anyway. He had done nothing wrong and wanted to join me and the kids. The Russian army arrested him. They stole his diamonds, gold, and gifts. First, they tried to kill him with a shotgun, but it was jammed. So they tied him and stabbed him with a knife.
Now, this is one of examples of, it's not even just Russians or French, it's basically anybody, even other Africans. Like the same thing happened in Liberia and Sierra Leone. Other people who are sent to the country to stabilize the country, I tend to think they don't really do that. I tend to think that they take advantage of the instability. They go there, try to grab their own resources. They rape, they have their way with women. I don't know what the solution would be, supposedly a solution from within, but I really don't think any outsider can come and help you. Like, I really don't, unless I just, especially outsiders who are European. I mean, whatever you call me, whatever you want to call me. I'm not racist, but I'm just saying, like, it's like, what incentive do they have to fix these countries? Central African Republic, Congo. I mean, these people are spies, and the way that they act, I'll say in the case of the Europeans, right? In the case of, and other Africans too, but more so with the Europeans, these people are coming there with, I'm coming to save you mentality. They're coming there with the mentality of, oh, I'm already better than you because my country's not going through this. We're not stabbing each other. We're not bombing each other. So how much of a human are you? They have this like supremacist mindset that they're so much better than you and they're not going to respect you. I mean, a lot of these mercenaries, a lot of these soldiers are men, right? And them seeing men who can't even defend their wives from getting attacked, their own households. Really, do you think that these soldiers, regardless of where they come from, I'm including other Africans in here too, do you think that these soldiers respect these people if they're being brought there to help them? Now, someone's like, okay, well, look at how much they're getting paid. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Don't do that. Don't say that. Don't deflect. Be like, oh, they're getting paid a lot of money. Okay, so they're doing it for the money then. If that's the case, they're not doing it because they actually care to bring peace. And for the most part, I don't even think they are bringing peace. I think they're bringing more confusion.
Priceless. The Fula and Muslim communities are targeted by the army. Mercenaries think of them as rebels. Thousands run away from violence and persecution. Many settle here for fear of the Russians.
Out here, we didn't see the official Russia, but the unofficial one led by their military corporation, Wagner. If they had chased those rebels away, but they didn't free us, we get punished. They have no law or faith. We condemn that.
Ali is one of the few to speak with his face uncovered. When the Russians came, all critical voices were silenced. Any objection was not allowed, especially in the president's area, where children learn to praise the mercenaries. The writer of this song is a powerful minister and presidential advisor.
It is political at a different level, and it's educational for children. We call unto those who protect the weak, and that needs to be remembered.
Never mind the international investigation documenting the massacre of civilians at the hands of the Russians.
There's no respect for human rights, so they crush them in a brutal and savage way. It's similar to what the rebels do. Burning houses, stealing cattle. There are no prisoners here. They must be crushed.
Okay, there's 4 more minutes, so I might as well just finish the documentary, but I guess that answers my question. Not thinking that the majority of these soldiers would respect the locals. But then the locals, if you guys heard, they're saying that, they don't welcome criticism of the Russian soldiers. So they're supposed to sing songs and be happy. And of the little bad that they do, I don't know how much bad they do, but any bad that they do is not talked about because that's being a hater. You know, they're seen as people that are going there to help them. This is just this is sad, man. This is so sad. Yeah, so I'm gonna continue.
Moscow has long denied Wagner's presence. Mercenaries are illegal in Russia. But today, for the first time, the Kar government admits to their presence, and Wagner steps out of the shadows.
We signed a deal with the Russian Federation. If Putin, president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces, sends us Wagner, it's not our problem. They're just Russians to us. They come to work with us and help us. If they're Russian, whether they're called Beethoven or Mozart, they are here to defend the democracy of our republic. We accept them and would love to have French Foreign Legion, the mercenaries from France or the US, as in Iraq, to come and support us. We would have no problem with that. We don't choose the color of the water that puts out the fire in our country. So the Russians sent the force you call Wagner. To me, it's not a problem. I'm not ashamed to wear this t-shirt and this badge.
Their help is accepted, but not without cost. Joseph is one of the few politicians to denounce how the Russians now control local natural resources.
The Russians came because they saved the Touadéra presidency. They've insisted on which mines they wanted, and they did it out in the open for everyone to see. Who oversees the operations controlled by the Russians? No one. They report to no one, and yet they take our wealth. What the international community is doing for Ukraine, they must do for our republic, because the Russians came to attack Ukraine, to destroy Ukraine, to steal from Ukraine. And it is what they are doing here too.
This restless activist has been imprisoned many times, but refuses to back down.
Our people are wise. They accept everything today. But when they start to analyze things, you'll see how they choose to protect their own interests. The time will come when the Russians will know that they are no longer welcome in the Central African Republic.
In the meantime, the mercenaries are still in the Central African Republic, ready now more than ever to defend the governments that serve their interests. This model appeals to other authoritarian regimes, and Wagner's power is set to expand.
Okay, so I think people are maybe understanding what happened in Central African Republic. Shout outs to them because they seem to be getting it together finally, kind of. I don't know. I'll have to observe a little bit more, but since 2021 of I think August or something, they've been on a pretty good trajectory, and I'm really happy about that. But then the end of this video leaves us to wonder, what's going to happen with the Russians. I guess it's an evil that they want to accept. I have no idea. So I'm going to go ahead and read some of your guys' comments, and I'm going to go to the second country. Yeah, I spent time on a lot of time on the Central African Republic because let's be honest, no one ever talks about that country ever. Ever. I just wanted to bring notice or bring light of a country that's not in the spotlight. I'll just quickly talk about what happened. If you missed it, you can go ahead and rewind and watch the beginning. Yeah, a lot of people don't know where that is. That flag is not recognizable at all. I'm just saying. I wouldn't trust them like that, especially when I am at my weakness. I don't trust them, but Russia is just as bad as the French. Africans should have resolved their problems without external. Do you think Africans can solve their problems without external forces? Because these are the same Africans that when they do have problems with somebody else in their own country, they ask, why is the international community not speaking about this? Why are they not involved? Why are they not this? Why are they not that? So do you think that Africans can and want to solve these problems by themselves? It doesn't look like they do. South African. Okay. Oh, okay. I did not know that. Interesting. I mean, great. I've only seen, to be honest, I've only seen French and Russian rifles. I haven't seen others, but I'll take a look into that maybe later. Out of all African regions, Central Africa in general is the worst. West and East Southern African is doing better. Congo especially is the worst. I'll be honest with you, like I'll be so honest, and I don't even mean to be a hater. I don't know what's happening in Central Africa. When you hear of countries like Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, even though it's corrupt, doesn't sound as bad. But yeah, when you hear about CAR, Congo, you're just like, what's going on? I think in West Africa, it's more so military coup, military instability in maybe 3 countries, but other West Africa seems to be doing well. East Africa, I think it's just Somalia who's unstable, right? Just Somalia. None of Southern Africa seems to be going through like genocide or civil war or, annihilating each other. And North Africa, there are protests. Oh, Sudan, but those are more like political protests. It's not really like tribal or anything like that. What is happening in Central Africa is heartbreaking. I, as a South African, enjoy a birthright privileges by geography. I feel for them. Yeah, it's sad. I don't. Okay. I'm just trying to see what. Hey, big up, big up, big up. How you doing? And is it the same time over there as it is over here? This is crazy. We shouldn't trust any outsiders. We need to learn how to solve our own problems. Bringing people. Yeah, I agree with that. The Rock, USA is busy threatening us with terror attacks because we allowed a property of a Russian billionaire in Cape Town. We will die behind our leaders. Yeah, I mean, listen, all of these countries, all of this NATO, all of these countries are in bed with each other. You know what I mean? UK is not, I don't know why certain Anglophones think that the French or the France instability is the most obvious one, but it's not just France that's in Africa. US, everybody's there. US, Canada, Britain, Germany, they're all in there in their own little way. It just varies by how much of an influence I would say that they have. Oh, yes. So the next conflict I want to talk about real quick. I'm probably going to drop the link in 20 minutes. Sorry, I just wanted to actually give information, not just do dustiness. So the next conflict that I wanted us to talk about is the Cameroon conflict, the conflict in Cameroon. And what's really annoying is when you speak to some Cameroonians, they'll be like, "Oh, it's not a big deal." Since 2017, it's been pretty big of a deal. I'm not going to sit here and equate this to some other conflicts that we've seen. Of course, it's not a genocide, but it is a big deal. Like, that's a huge deal. What are you talking about? Your president is benefiting from Anglophones and Francophones beefing with each other. That's a big deal. That is a big deal because it's a conflict that clearly hasn't been solved yet. So when people want to deflect and be like, "Oh yeah, it's not that bad," how do you know that it's not that bad? It's called a war. Last time I checked, anything called a war is bad. So, you know, Africans love to deflect. So we're gonna quickly see what's going on. So in the case of Cameroon, right? What happened is I don't remember what the area is called, but Cameroon was first taken over by Germany. Then two regions were partitioned to English and French. One of the regions or sub-regions, so the upper part of the English territory, I think in 1960, decided to integrate and join with Nigeria. The other part, the lower part of the English territory, decided to be by itself. Actually, not by itself, my bad. To integrate with the French-speaking part of Cameroon in order to become like a bilingual fashion, right? A bilingual state. The recent reports, well, it's not really recent, but what's basically happening is the Anglophones feel marginalized. They make up about 20% of the population of Cameroon. 80% are French speaking. So the Anglophones basically feel like, you know, their rights are not really being integrated, not really being taken into account. Some Cameroonians have said that they were in union, or they tried this because this was from the 60s. So they tried to get along. They tried to do whatever. Since 2017, there has been a secessionist movement. So the Anglophones, or the English part, want to become their own country called Amazonia. And that's basically what the conflict's about. Ever since then, there's been more of a clear divide between if you speak English or if you speak French. Cameroonian events are a little weird because you'll have Francophone Cameroon events and then you'll have Anglophone Cameroonian events. So you'll literally, like, you know how if it's Independence Day or something, everybody comes together. In the Cameroon fashion, it seems to be a bit different. Like the Anglophones do their own events and the Francophone do their own events, but these people are from the same country and they're literally, I wouldn't say they're just divided over Anglophone and Francophone, but that seems to be a big fashion because clearly they're not just fighting over languages. Clearly it's the power, you know, it's the representation. It's all of that that seems to be a big deal. So let me try to share my screen. Oh, and just to like warn everybody, this conflict isn't over. It's still ongoing, and yeah, so apparently started around 2017. So it's been a while. It's been happening.
With machine guns. Boom. Boom. You can already ask Bia why he's sending this army to come attack his own people.
L'ennemi est à l'intérieur de la population. Ils rentrent par une porte. Ils sont des citoyens normaux. Ils ressortent par la porte de derrière. Ils ont une arme. Ils sont des sécessionnistes. Et c'est ce qui rend difficile ce combat.
Cameroon has long been seen as a peaceful nation in a troubled region. The country has lived in relative harmony, even as Cameroon's army fights Boko Haram in the far north region, with support from the US military. The Central African country is bilingual. The majority of Cameroonians speak French, and around 20% of the population are English speakers. But the English-speaking minority has long complained they are treated as second-class citizens. In late 2016, their struggle for equal rights turned violent. Now, the country is on the brink of civil war. Armed English speakers are fighting to break away from the French-speaking regions and create a new nation. They call it Ambazonia. European colonial powers largely determined Cameroon's borders. In 1916, Britain and France seized the territory from Germany. Britain controlled part of it, and France controlled the rest. In 1960, French-speaking Cameroon won independence, and the following year, the British-controlled regions were given the option to join Cameroon or Nigeria. The southern English-speaking territory opted to join Cameroon, and a bilingual country was born.
All the Anglophones, they have a similar problem, the problem of marginalization, the problem of suppression, the problem of assimilation. There was no violence. They were just, I think the people also had enough with the system. They, so they just needed an outlet.
By the upper house, we are going to resort to plan B.
2 years ago, English-speaking civil servants began protesting what they have seen as forced assimilation. Many feel that French speakers have consolidated power, excluding English speakers from government and cutting them off from economic development. The demonstrations snowballed into a larger movement. The government cracked down, jailing moderate leaders and killing some protesters.
The movement now had to fall in the hands of people who were more extremists, who were more not only clamoring for the rights, but wanted independence. So that was how things just turned, to the worst.
And as the violence grew, many with more moderate views were radicalized.
I don't want Cameroon anymore. I want to fight for a new country.
English speakers who support the cause imagine a nation where they control their own government and resources. Now, the national military finds itself fighting civilians turned armed secessionists. In Yaoundé, the capital, posters of President Paul Biya are everywhere. Biya, now in his mid-80s, has been in power since 1982. His administration's version of events is at odds with civilian accounts of what's happening in the English-speaking regions.
L'immense majorité de nos compatriotes du Nord-Ouest et du Sud-Ouest sont des otages des séparatistes. Est-ce que vous savez, madame, ici, si vous avez 1000 personnes, une seule personne avec son Kalachnikov peut imposer son diktat à 1000 personnes qui se trouvent ici non armées.
The secessionists, often called the Amba Boys, are mostly young men, fighting in the bush, often with little more than hunting rifles and spears. Since the violence broke out, many English speakers have accused the military of committing human rights abuses against civilians. Instead of targeting separatists, they claim the military is burning down villages and killing innocent people indiscriminately. The government, meanwhile, accuses separatists of attacking security forces and terrorizing civilians.
Madame, on ne peut pas combattre dans le nord-ouest et le sud-ouest si nous n'avons pas la population à nos côtés. Quel intérêt aurions-nous à nous mettre à dos la population? Sur le plan stratégique, c'est une initiative qui est complètement suicidaire.
Vous voulez dire que l'armée camerounaise n'a jamais brûlé un village en zone anglophone, n'a jamais tué des civiliens?
Non, je n'ai pas dit ça. J'ai dit que l'armée camerounaise a brûlé des camps de sécessionnistes. Ne pensez pas, vous, que quand on va rencontrer un camp des Ambazoniens, en pleine forêt, on ne va pas le brûler, on va le brûler.
Mais l'armée n'a jamais trouvé les civiliens et
du tout,
tué ça. Okay.
Du tout. Ça, c'est les pratiques des terroristes. Aujourd'hui, la population commence à comprendre où est son bien-être.
Hundreds of civilians have died and 500,000 have been displaced, according to human rights groups.
Okay, wasn't playing that. I'll continue with the video, but I wasn't playing that to hurt anyone's feelings or to make inferences, but I was playing that to basically show the similarities between this and other armed conflict that we tend to be seeing a lot. And it's like the people are so frustrated that they're deciding to arm themselves and just attack anybody. But it's I always think, I know removing the president probably won't solve the problem. I understand that they want their own country, but to me it's just like, what does going to war with other people, what does that do for you? Like, I mean, you should be going to the government, right? And airing your grievances probably with them. They have a good reason to separate. They have a good reason to have their own country. So what does killing anybody have to do with this? No, it's just really sad when you take a look at the average African mindset, that it's just like, no, I'm just gonna go and be part of a war and show them, when it's like, I don't see how this is helping at all. And then, like the other situation, they'll invite someone else in to get involved. That person will be saying, oh yeah, I'm helping you, when they're really stealing from you. Cameroon has many resources. Let's not act like it doesn't. Okay. It's huge. It's a huge landmass. So it's like saying that you want someone else to come in and help you. Is that even helping this initial situation? You know, because no one wants to go back and think of how the country was divided, but everyone wants to air the grievances with their fellow country person.
I have 7 children, all distressed. Even up to now, I don't even know where some of my children are.
But if they see any young boy there, they can shoot him. They say he's Ambazonia. The military people will shoot him.
The Washington Post visited Douala, a major port city near the southwest English-speaking region. Displaced people there described when the national military came to their villages.
So I saw
two armies 100 meters away from me on my both sides, and then some were coming from my left, some from the right. So I ran from there to the backyard. Fortunately, there was a hole there, so I stayed in the hole until when I came out, I saw that my house was burnt. I said, if they meet me, okay. If they kill me, okay, I will die.
There was serious shooting at that around 6:30. Those Amber boys, their own gun was shot, bah, 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 bah. Then the military on you don't hear, bah, 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 boom. That is a military gun. It was so serious. The shooting was almost for 4 hours. Nobody going outside.
We were just sitting in the square. Some people were selling, were drinking. So they came and they just They just surprised people. We were arrested. So they asked us to lie down. We were beaten. They asked us to lie down. As we were lying, the lady complained she can't lie. She is pregnant. That's where she was shot dead.
Members of Cameroon's Rapid Intervention Battalion, also known as BIR, received training and support from around 300 U.S. troops in the country's far north region, where the military is fighting a separate battle against Boko Haram militants. U.S. officials insist they are taking measures to ensure training and equipment intended for counterterrorism are not being used in the country's English-speaking regions. Some English speakers said they witnessed BIR carrying out human rights abuses in their villages.
Yeah, they came in their truck and they were wearing a black vest with BIR written on it, on their chest and on their back.
After Douala, the Post visited Chang. Civilians there were still living in fear of reprisal from the government. Witnesses shared this cell phone video with the Post. It appears to show Cameroonian soldiers setting fire to buildings in an English-speaking village called Azi last April. In a separate investigation, the BBC matched the location in the video to satellite imagery consistent with fire damage in Azi.
I saw in my eyes the military with the armor car. They stood a very long distance. They stood in Azi. One grandmother was running. She could have been around by 90. She was trying to escape. The shoot came and got her on her back. She just fell and died on the spot.
The way the grandmother died, because they couldn't enter like this. Behind here, there was a very big hole.
Their problem, the military in Cameroon and La Republic, their problem is just that immediately they realize that you are from the English-speaking part of the country. You don't deserve being alive. That is your problem.
In response to the specific testimony included in this report, the Cameroonian military said the allegations were false and that they amounted to propaganda. The Post was unable to independently verify civilian testimony of military abuse, but human rights groups have reported similar accounts from the regions. Officials refused repeated requests from the Post to travel to Buea, the capital of the Southwest English-speaking region. They insisted the city was mainly secure, but they warned that separatists would target foreigners. Access to the English-speaking areas is increasingly limited, with military checkpoints established between the regions. Disinformation campaigns from the separatists and the government have made it more difficult to differentiate fact from fiction. Eventually, a local journalist filmed these scenes in Buea for the Post. This is what the city looks like on a calm Thursday. But, the journalist told the Post, on Mondays, these same streets are empty. Only security forces are outside. For the past 2 years, the English-speaking regions have observed a ghost town protocol on Mondays. Schools, shops, and businesses all close. Ghost towns originally began as a peaceful protest. Now, the journalist says, civilians don't leave their home out of fear of retaliation from both the separatists and the military.
Si les gens adhèrent à votre vision, vous n'avez pas besoin d'utiliser la violence. Il faut qu'ils brûlent les boutiques, il faut qu'ils amputent les gens, il faut qu'ils empêchent par la violence aux enfants d'aller à l'école. To sit round table with people and to negotiate the split, the amputation of the nation. This can never take place and will never take place.
English speakers don't know where their future lies. Many fear the separatists are fighting a losing battle. Many simply want to return home. Others are willing to take up arms to defend the dream of Ambazonia until the very end.
There's no turning back. There's no turning back. There's no turning back. No one day.
Right. So I don't know what the solution for that is, but I mean, the fact that that's happening still, like, and it started in 2017, apparently, probably started before then. And it's like, it's just unacceptable, I think. It's just complete. I know that Cameroon has a different makeup where there are Anglophones and Francophones, but this is just bad. Like, this is really, really bad. This needs to be solved. This is really embarrassing. And by Cameroonians asking that other people get involved, again, we fall into the trap of people trying to steal their resources, of people trying to steal their oil, their timber. This is Central Africa. So they also have cobalt, just like Congo. They have timber. Cameroon is very luscious. It's very green. So they also have a lot of arable land in which they could plant a lot of things. So it just makes me, again, think that asking outsiders for help is never going to help. Like, I don't know what they have to do, but somebody has to pass away. Somebody really needs to pass away. As the guy mentioned in the video, this is not going to be a let's talk, let's come together, let's shake hands. That hasn't worked. So someone needs to be gone violently. I mean, there are already people that have lost their lives. RIP to them, but someone else, I keep trying to say it without not being too obvious. Someone needs to go away. And I don't know if that person going away will solve the problem, but at least maybe they could have somebody else who could actually care about the problem instead of sweeping it under the rug and always going to Switzerland, always going to France and acting like their country is not falling apart. I understand it's a region of the country. Like, I'm not trying to say that the whole country's in turmoil. It clearly isn't. But the part where this is happening is still part of the country. It's still part of the nation. So it still matters. Okay, let me see. Okay, and the last situation we're going to talk about before I drop the link is the Sudan situation. Things seem to be better in Sudan as opposed to they were before. With the Sudan situation, I'll say it's no longer the Arab and Dinka, for lack of a better word, problem that's happening over there. It just seems like, well, there are other conflicts, so well, I can't go through all of them today, but it just seems like this whole thing of doing a coup d'etat and getting rid of the military leader, and it's so much political instability in Sudan. The last time they had a coup d'etat was in 2021. So it was basically a year ago. But the thing, at least the thing I'll give credit to Sudan as opposed to other African countries is they'll actually go out there and protest. Now, I wanted to ask some people this, or I wanted some people to ponder on this. Would you guys say that protests are the same as demonstrations? Because from what I've seen in a lot of these other countries, there are demonstrations, but they're not really protests. If you understand what I'm saying, that protest to me is where people are serious. They're literally willing to risk their lives, lose their lives for something that they believe in. Whereas demonstrations to me are more just like marching and, oh, we don't want this anymore, but they're not serious. So I'll say in the case of Sudan, so the North, I'm not sure about South Sudan. They've been having protests, they've been having demonstrations, they've been having coups d'etats. The first one was in December 2018. So demonstrations basically were about the rising cost of living in the country's economy. And in 2019, these demonstrations actually forced the resignation of the longtime president, Bashir. So this guy was president from 1993 to 2019. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know the complete landscape of Sudan. I'll be honest with you, I don't know, because whenever you try to speak to Sudanese people, they want to like cover things up. I get it, I get it. But just taking a look into how long this guy was president from 1993 to 2019, and really begs the question, how did this happen? Like, how is this allowed to happen? You'll be shocked that there are some African countries today where the constitution can be changed by an individual, and no one finds that shocking. I could just say I want to be president for 20 years and it is what it is. It's just I don't get how this happens. Okay, some of us come from actual I'll say semi-democratic states where you actually have to have term limits for presidents. But in some of these other countries, it's like, I just want to be president for life, no problem. And then these type of issues cause there to be coups d'etats, overthrows, and I'll say the bad side of coup d'etats sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes the bad side of coup d'etat is you don't have a transitional government in place, especially if your coup d'etat is being ran by the military, who, not shockingly, they also have their own. Some of them have complete different views from the state. They also want to be superstars. Look at what's going. I can't really judge what's going on in Burkina Faso, but I have a feeling that some of those coups were not with the best sense. Like, the citizens had good intentions, but the military, I don't think the military had the best intentions for the people, which is really interesting because they'll come in and say that they're representing the people. So in any case, in February 2019, there was a national state of emergency amongst the unrest. This was obviously after South Sudan was deposed, because South Sudan became a country in 2011. So I guess some people's argument is breaking up a country doesn't make it more successful. Interestingly enough, Sudan is actually doing way worse than South Sudan. So I find that to be maybe their karma. I don't know. But in any case, there have been many Sudanese refugees going everywhere, flooding other people's countries, doing all of that. And they basically put someone else into president. I'm happy for Sudanese. They aren't as bad as some of these other Africans that feel the need to take up arms. The Sudanese definitely went to their government to try to get their grievances aired. And just taking a look into account here, So from 2001 to 2021 or 2022, there have been conflicts in many nations and many countries. I'll go through a couple of them. So hold on, let me see. So the first one is, well, so the Islamic terrorism in Egypt, that was the first one. Then there was, in 2015, there was kind of a conflict with ISIS in Tunisia that is actually still happening. Yeah, they're trying to stop ISIS in Tunisia. Oh, the Ivorian Civil War was in 2002 to 2004. Ivory Coast has moved up, definitely. I remember when Ivory Coast was like the butt of jokes, but they've moved up, definitely. And then what other conflict was there? Oh yeah, how could I forget the Liberian Civil Wars? Biafra was so long ago, but I feel like people are not over it. Then there was the Central African Republic Wars that were in 2008 and once again 2017. In 2008, again, there was the Djibouti Eritrean border conflict. Wasn't a war, but it was like a political military intervention that was happening over there. Then in 2011, it was obviously, well, 2009 to be factual. It was the Sudan, what happened in Sudan. In 2011 was the Second Ivorian Civil War. Also in 2011 was the Libyan War. So after Gaddafi was disposed, nobody was having fun. Then right now is the Tigray War that's happening in Ethiopia. So with the TPLF and all of that, that's happening right now. And I just found it really interesting how everyone was like, "Oh, this is propaganda. There's no killing happening in Ethiopia." Yes, there is. There is a lot of stuff. Well, it depends on the part of Ethiopia, but there's still stuff going on over there. Like this hasn't stopped. I don't know why people are like, "Oh, the West is lying. The West is lying." Maybe with the intricacies that they're talking about, but they're not lying at the fact that there are conflicts. Then we talked about Cameroon, the Anglophone crisis. And what else is, let me actually see here if I wrote something down. Okay, I talked about South Sudan. I talked about, oh, okay. Congo. Yeah, what's going on in Congo is, it is a political conflict because there are many countries involved. There are other African countries involved as well that are using it to their advantage to loot from Congo. So that's something that's clearly ongoing. Okay, we talked about Liberia, Sierra Leone, Ivory Coast, talked about that. Somalia, civil war or conflict that's happening in Somalia. What happened in Rwanda and also Burundi, because it wasn't just Rwanda, it was Rwanda/Burundi. But we've noticed that basically there has been no help. There's been no international coverage. There's really hasn't been a care for Burundi. See, Rwanda has been able to bounced back. Rwanda has been able to have great propaganda that is moving forward. But Burundi is a mess. I think Burundi, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the first or second poorest country on the continent. Burundi's extremely vulnerable, and I don't know if it should be left alone. Because again, they were talking about how they wanted to invite the French to Burundi to help them. Again, same classic problem. Like this has to be a script right now. We're having conflict, we're having help, we don't know how to solve it, so we need someone else to come in and make us all get along, which honestly never happens, but that's the sentiment. And yep, I just dropped the link if anyone has anything to say. Let me read what you guys are saying in the comments section. It is painful. It's really bad. It's really emotional, actually. Like the suffering that's going on in some of these countries is ridiculous, because we just look at it as, oh, people are fighting, people are doing this, but they're taking arms against each other and calling each other the enemy. And they don't care because they feel like they're protecting their people, maybe their tribe, maybe their religious community. And that religious community one is a problem. I'm not going to sit here and lie, because if someone could murder you and say in the name of Allah and feel justified for what they're doing, how do you really talk to somebody like that? I'm just using that religion as an example in case anybody wants to say I'm doing propaganda. I don't believe in any religions, so it does. I don't really care about saying it. But 90% of terrorists are fun. Yes, they are. They definitely are. Even in the case of, let's say, Nigeria, that whole terrorist thing, Nigerians don't really like when I talk about it, but I can't help to think that there are Nigerians that are also involved in that. It's really hard to blame all of these things solely on the West. Obviously, the West has their own reasons why they pretend to stop it and not stop it. But I don't know, it's just like I just can't help but to think that a lot of these leaders are complacent in this turmoil and instability, and that some of them are actually egging it on. Like Buhari, he's Fulani. Half Fulani, half Hausa, I believe. I don't really think he sees what Fulanis are doing as that problematic. I definitely think he has biases in this. Other than that, it's just the way that he acts in the international community is a bit sketchy. He doesn't really know what he's talking about half of the time. So, I mean, it wouldn't be far-fetched for me to think that Buhari sets a pace that makes it easier for these things to happen. And a lot of people don't like talking about that, but it's just an observation. I mean, I don't really know of any current African president who, the ones that do stand up are murdered. So I don't really know of any African president who isn't really in on it. Kind of. Yeah. Lozi, that's true. So for now, the first time in many years, we will face terrorism in our country. Yikes. I mean, yeah. Yeah, that's one of the strategies. Dude, nobody wants to come up. This is so lonely. Yeah, but that's definitely one of the strategies. Most of this terrorism is state sponsored, and the sad part about it is, as a lot of these leaders are like, we're gonna try. Who is Fruit Mad World? So we're gonna try, we're gonna spend this, we're gonna spend that. Fruit Mad World, who are you? We're gonna try, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, and we're gonna do this, I don't, Fruit Mad World, you have to let me know who you are, because I have no idea who you are. And I'm not adding people I don't know. I'm like really unapologetic about that. So it's really just sad to know it's so easy to fool many populations and come in there saying that you're going to help them, and then these populations themselves too, they just believe a certain narrative that this is what's really going on, this is what's really happening. These people are the reason why my country is in turmoil, and none of them want to look at themselves. Okay, if you have to take up arms to attack somebody else, you're also a terrorist. But they never look at it that way. They only look at the outside influences and want to blame it on that. And it's, I guess I can't blame them. I probably would be feeling similar. Hey.
Hello, Ian. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been listening to you. Yeah, what's going on in Central African Republic is so heartbreaking. Yeah, and for now, you were asking about the Russian soldiers in that country. So for now, I think Russia wants to win Africa over. So for now, Russia is going to help. I think they're going to help that country, maybe to stabilize what's going on there. And then, of course, France will always interfere, maybe causing more terrorism to that country. But for now, Russia is not harmful because they want Africa to favor them. And then, in the long term, yeah, I think in the long term, let us say Russia stays there and then France finally backs off from Central African Republic. Then France backs off. In the long term, I think maybe Russia will enforce their ways in that country. Maybe gain more business opportunities because they have mercenaries on the ground. So in a way, it puts the leaders of that country in a bad position. Yeah, I think in the long term they will end up forcing the leaders of that country to take decisions that they do not want. And then you also talked about Cameroon. Yeah, what's happening in Cameroon? The best solution. Okay.
I'll be honest with you, in the case of Cameroon, I don't know what the solution is, but it seems like the English speaking Cameroonians just want to separate from the state of Cameroon.
Yeah, that's the thing I was going to talk about. I think the best solution is to separate the countries, but you have to remember, like, the in order to separate those countries, you have to take down the leader who has been there for 40 years.
Exactly.
So, so this leader has been there for 40 years. So if an opposition leader, for example, an opposition party takes down the leader, it will bring Cameroon into a civil war. If the leader is not taken down by the members of his own party, but by people of opposition parties, Cameroon will enter into a civil war, and then things will be worse. So
I think that is causing the apprehension. Yo, Cameroonians, like, come and talk about this because I don't want any backlash.
yeah,
But I believe that's the apprehension that a lot of Cameroonians have. They're like, we've been a peaceful country. We don't want to ruffle any feathers. So we don't want it to become a civil war. That's what they're saying. Because they're like, that guy or that president, Bia, he's very powerful. I'm sure he is if he's been able to maintain power for 40 years. So
yeah,
it's like they don't they don't want to risk it and then add somebody else who will be worse than Bia. I don't know how that's possible in my opinion, but that's what they're saying.
yeah. And what I've sensed is that when a Cameroonian person jumps on the panel, like when they talk about their leader, like it's like there's this fear for their president. So like they do not even want to stand up against their own president. So yeah, I think, and
Exactly. And that's no offense to Cameroonians, but that's something that we've noticed. And
yeah,
I'm not gonna lie, we've made fun of that because it's like they're here to because every Cameroonian I know speaks so bad about Cameroon. And I'm just like so I'm assuming that you guys all know that this is bad. Why is that person still president? Is just the question I always have for Cameroonians.
yeah, I think they are scared. That they
Yeah.
know that maybe the leader will execute them automatically if you try to stand up. They make an example of you. So yeah, the Cameroonian one is hard. I don't wanna lie. That one, it will cause instability in, because I think Cameroon is near Ghana, ne? Or
Cameroon is right beside Nigeria.
oh yeah, things will become worse. So in a way, Cameroon is also in West Africa. So things will become worse for you guys.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, but I think the best way to remove the current president is that if the members that are under that president, if they remove him, then there won't be any civil war. But if an opposition party removes the president, then the members that are under the president, they are going to retaliate. So it will cause civil war.
But do you okay? So I've asked some Cameroonians this. Do you think that it's worth it for right now and just to get it over with? Because I also don't. Now this will probably sound insensitive because I haven't experienced civil war. Fact, my country has never. But do you think that it's better to just say let's just wait because to me that's what it seems like they're just waiting.
Waiting for him to die.
That's what hey that's Kifara's time. We just need to wait for him to die and I'm like okay so what if his son becomes president like have any of
So,
you guys read the constitution about we're just gonna wait for him to die.
but I want to know, like, is he a bad person for Cameroon or for only the English speaking Cameroonians?
Huh?
I-
Sorry, what was
I-
the question?
okay, like, is he a bad person for a regular Cameroon, or is he a bad person only to the English speaking side of Cameroon?
I guess he isn't that bad for francophone or French-speaking Cameroon. I guess he isn't that bad.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if this guy, eh, the current president, is not a bad president for majority of the Cameroonians. So why do they want him out? That's I do not understand. AM. If the president is not bad and he has
No,
been there for a long time,
mhm.
why do you want him out?
No,
Because he's
because
doing the
what they're saying is, well, I think the English ones are saying it doesn't matter. He's not good to us, or they're the francophones, the French people in general, are not good to us.
so yeah, the main problem is that the English side is not satisfied. So,
Right.
so yeah, I do not see Cameroon splitting, like the English side getting their own country, because majority of the people are francophone, and they are satisfied with their president. So, and the English speaking are the minority. I do not see that country separating. So yeah, that president will sit. These people, the francophone, I do not think they have a problem with their president. If they really hated their president, they were going to do something about it.
I've I've asked Cameroonians this, and because Cameroon, the nation of Cameroon, can you believe it has only had two presidents?
Ever since independence.
Yes, can you believe that?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the first president was president for about 20 years, and the second one has been president for 40 years. So
So
I
this
don't ruffle any feathers, but when you speak to certain Cameroonians, they'll be like, "Oh, this is the only president I know my whole life." So it's like Stockholm syndrome. It's a Stockholm syndrome thing. Yeah.
yeah. So no, the English side of Cameroon, and things won't change. Seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Central Africa is a problem. Like like people there, man. I think it's this thing of having military bases. Do they have Western military bases in their countries?
I don't. I'll be honest. I have no idea which country.
Like the Central African countries, do they have foreign military bases?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
Especially like the ones that are more unstable. Yes, they do.
yeah, so I think that's why you have so much terrorism, because the way foreign military operates is that the Western countries will come and want to strike a deal with the government of one of those countries. And if that government refuses, they start causing terrorism. So yeah, I think that is one of the leading causes. If you come to Southern Africa, we don't really have a military base. It's just a satellite base in Botswana. Like, we do not have a military base. It is only now that Mozambique there's terrorism. But if you go to West Africa, East Africa, and Central Africa, you get these foreign military bases. They are the ones who are bringing in guns to fund terrorism. Imagine AM, like you are a village boy. You do not even afford to buy an iPhone, but you have an AK-47 or a pump gun. Where do you get it? You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, so nah, the first problem is they have to remove foreign military bases, then maybe strengthen their own army to protect themselves.
It's honest. I just looking at all of this, it just makes me feel bad. It really does because I'll show you a map soon, but it, I can't really speak on Southern Africa, but in other regions of Africa, there's something always going on. And it's like these are the same people that go to other people's countries. So I'm just like, why don't you
Yeah, yeah, I understand.
it's just annoying. Like
They are causing problems for themselves. I understand. Then now they move out of the country. Yeah, but it's
Yes,
sad.
yes. And all of them, well, most of them will be like, oh, we're revolutionary. We have to fight this. We have to fight that. But it's like years pass by and you don't hear of improvement. Well, you rarely hear of improvements after they take arms and fight.
Let me tell you, AM, what I've noticed in Africa, like this thing of exchange of power is a problem when maybe one president has to go out and another has to get in. Then a civil war can start or some sort of conflict can start. So this is what I've noticed in West Africa. It is mainly about presidents. Maybe one president can cause conflict because he or she wasn't elected. But then if you come to Southern Africa, I think one day we are going to experience this type of violence because if you check in Southern Africa, it's more of political parties. People have believe more in political parties than in political leaders. So you check Zimbabwe, ZANU PF has been sitting as the ruling party ever since Zimbabwe got independence. You go to Namibia, it's the same thing, the same party ever since Namibia got independence. You go to Botswana, it's the same thing ever since they got independence. It's the same ruling party that has been sitting. It's only the presidents that are changing. You come to South Africa, it's the same thing. Like Southern Africa, one day we will see whether we do not cause this type of conflict when the ruling parties have to exit and the new parties have to enter. I wanna see that, um, are we different from West Africa, like causing political violence?
That's a good question. I can't tell. I can't tell because most of West Africa is just. I have to be careful here, but most of West Africans are too tribal. They're marrying each other now, but mm-mm. I mean, a lot of people just blame it on the French and be like, "Oh, it's French influence, it's French influence," but I don't believe it is. No, I believe the French is making it worse, but I don't believe it's
Yeah.
because of France that all these countries are going through what they're going through.
Maybe France is just igniting the conflict that is
Yeah.
about to happen. Yeah, they are just igniting it. Yeah, you were showing me something there.
Yeah, okay, here it is. Right, so let me see if I can zoom in.
Yeah, just press on the picture. Double click. Yeah, you can just double click on the picture itself.
All right, so looking at this picture, it just makes me very concerned. Some Africans don't understand. They'll be like, you're this, or you think of this and you think of that, but this is concerning to me. This is very, very concerning, and a lot of these things are getting worse a little bit. So, I mean, this is very concerning to me. Like all of we call that area the Sahel because a lot of those countries are desert. All of that terrorism stuff is moving downwards. So it just makes me think, how are certain countries going to be equipped to fight that? You know, how long are these nations going to stay peaceful? You know, what happens when there are skirmishes? What will these governments do, especially governments who've never dealt with? It's different if your country dealt with it before, but if your country has never dealt with it before, how are they going to be prepared for when people are ready to take arms and fight? Let me. Okay. I mean, I wish there was someone here that could actually talk about this and speak on this and maybe studied about this type of stuff. Because I don't really have that much knowledge in political conflict. But all I can say, right, is um if we look at soldiers of other nations, there have been reconciliation acts and treaties in order to make sure that these type of incidences don't happen again. But in the case where a lot of these conflicts happen in the continent, there haven't been reconciliation acts. It's just been like, forget about it and move on. And I don't see how people could forget about these things in the most part, like one another forces going after you. How do you just say forget about it? You know? So I'm actually really concerned about this stuff. I'm speaking on it more of on a positive light, but I'm extremely concerned. Like, I'm mostly concerned about the parts where it's red and orange. The parts that are yellow can turn orange. If you look at it, the majority of it is red or orange. The parts that are yellow are kind of secluded. You know, the countries that are yellow are kind of by themselves. and they seem to be like perfect spots for religious, I won't just say religious, but okay, fine, for religious chaos, terror attacks, things like that. It's really deeply concerning, and I don't know, I know there are some African governments that are doing something about this, but when I say I don't want, a visa-free passport, I hope that people finally understand why I say that. Um, yeah, I hope people actually get why I say that, because other people have different mentalities than we have had historically. Hello?
Hey, what's up, African Millennial? How you doing? How you doing?
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Can you give me a quick rough give me the bullet points of the conversation so far? Because I saw some of it, but then I kind of went back to sleep or back up because I'm like, it's five. It was like I think you got on. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning for me when you originally started talking. So
Just civil wars, conflicts, rebels, terrorism, like things like that. And in a couple of the videos that we've seen, some Africans have been like, oh, this other tribe is the bad guy, this other person is the bad guy. And in even some of the videos we've seen Africans go like, oh, we need the French to help get rid of the enemy, when it's like the French isn't on anyone's side. And also Bullet, before he left, talked about the fact that some of these countries, people cannot afford iPhones, but they have AK-47s. Like, they have all of this, all of these guns that are very expensive, and where are they getting it from? And yeah, that's basically it.
yeah, yeah, that's. I mean, it got on. That's like what is it? Divide and conquer, which is basically European strategy for maintaining power in Africa and also the Middle East. But they've been doing this. They've been doing that strategy for the last 300 years, basically. Yeah, basically, yeah, really the last 300 years. To go to a population and just figure out who in charge or give somebody some guns and figure out how they can just destabilize the country. And that comes from the two part of these countries are not really hope in the sense that the people don't work together with any monocle of respect or at least appreciation of each other. Like in South Africa, I think they have a better understanding of what's what. Like when I speak to South Africans, even though they may be from vastly different tribes, they understand like collectively, they understand that they got a white people problem, they got a foreigner problem. They understand that. When I speak to other Africans, like all right, I ain't gonna say nobody right now, name right now, country I'm in. But when I talk to other Africans and I ask them, what's the issues that they see with how they wanna move their country forward, it's like I want to get rid of this tribe, and I'm like I want to get rid of that tribe, and I'm sitting here saying that yeah, I'm gonna say it's the lack of education combined with Africans are in basically rats in the maze, in my honest opinion, in the sense that you basically are not allowed to move out of the country, so you can't get a different view of the planet or at least the world. Because when I talked to one of these what is it, Ugandan chicks, and I was like, oh, so what do you tell you about your history or world history? They didn't even know they even had a slave trade over here on East Africa. She looked at me like, that happened? I'm like, yeah. And it's just the only thing they probably know is probably the information from like 80 years ago. 80 years ago is like basically their starting point of history. And when you necessarily have to really, your history is 80 years old, that's how you really look at it, then you kind of lost in the grand scheme of the world, because when you really look at a civilization is a knowledge and works of men from like all over that time period collectively being condensed into one necessarily source or a couple of sources and put together for the population or the people of that population to understand and get a grand understanding of at least their worldview, right? And when you understand that even though a lot of these civilizations and people have been existing for let's say millennia, some of these African countries have been African people have been existing for millennia, but their collective knowledge base is 60 years old, 50 years old, 30 years old. Like, it's you basically like a 5-year-old competing against a 5,000-year-old being, basically in equivalent. So you're going to have some shortcomings. Okay, I'm reading that. You're going to have a lot of shortcomings, and without that proper education being taught, or the proper education and also the money, because I'm gonna say, because once you have a proper education and money, anything can be done after that point. But without that proper education being done, a knowledge base, you're not really going to be able to move your society, or basically, I'm gonna say move your men, because it basically comes down to what the men can necessarily obtain and have the information from. If you yeah, what is it? I can't see you, but can you mute real quick? You got feedback. Whoever just came in, I can't hear you, but you got feedback. Basically, if you cannot educate your men and educate the population to a decent amount, I don't see how this situation is going to turn around anytime soon. But when it comes to like the red areas, I think all the areas of, what did you say, the high conflict. Personally,
Yeah, it's mostly the areas with conflict is mostly the Maghreb. It's mostly the Sahel, and a certain religion that also exit on. But again, looking at the southern part of Africa, you don't see anything. But when you go to the top, it's just absolutely horrible. I'm just being honest.
People need to be honest with them. So this is where having that Pan-African kind of view necessarily really kind of helps to understand your global situation, or your actual situation. The people who are occupying the North Africa, I know people try to call them Africans. Some, depend on where you come from and your mindset about it. But like, these are Africans, these people are so forth and so on, whatever. But I'm like, y'all need to look at the reality. These people are invaders. That's like the same place with South Africa. White people are not part of South Africa. They're invaders to South Africa. And if you don't have that mentality that these are invaders to your land, and that these people actually mean they mean no good. Like, I mean, I think I saw videos of I think it's like 2-3 months ago. I think it was some girl from Sudan. I think a Sudanese chick necessarily. South Sudan. I think she was it was in Egypt, if I remember correctly. It was definitely in Egypt. She was over there, and then the men was over there just basically down there, just like, I mean, I ain't gonna say they was practically raping her, but it was like they basically was, taking, snatching her clothes off, whatever, and basically until like somebody rich came over there and, did something about it. But then you have to also understand that they were doing this in broad necessarily daylight. So that lets you understand the mentality these people have, and then also the mentality that the people around you also have, because people cannot do something like that around another group of people and then like that go on unchecked, unless that's just the norm and how they actually deeply feel about you. So when you understand that concept, then you look at the history of, I think, what is it? I think North Africans did a lot of, they helped facilitate the slave trade in East Africa. And I think most of the people that they trafficked off were women, if I remember correctly. And I think they had, I can't say which tribes actually helped in that. I'm not going to go to that far because my knowledge on that issue is somewhat lacking. But from the information that I did gather and did go through, That's how they kind of roll. And then people wouldn't go over there and say, "Oh my God, I want to go over to North Africa and see and travel." I'm like, ain't nothing over there. For only time I'm going to North Africa is I'm going over there to take some land and kill some people. Like, in my personal opinion, Africans, if y'all go into North Africa, if you're not going over there to retake some land or to do, I wouldn't even say business. I wouldn't even say business. If you ain't going over there to take some land, I don't know why you going over there. But that's the mentality of most Africans. Most Africans have like basically a 30-year or basically like a 50-year-old, or an 80-year history gap. When some people's collective quote unquote history is 350 years, or they got their books from their great grandfather that they still got intact, and those things help to necessarily guide your society and guide your people. And without those texts and information and things like that, that's why it's very, very hard. Like when people go into when you occupying force goes into another place to control the people, the first thing they do is they get in control of the food, they kill off most of the leaders, and then they destroy all the history books, because you're basically trying to quote unquote wipe her to civilization clean of the previous thought pattern or mindset, to basically upload your new way of thinking and mindset onto the people. And that's one thing I learned by being in America and understanding American society to the max. Like, I understand what the people out here trying to do, what white people out here trying to do. The faulty is
you see how Africans are. Like, we're here being honest about our conflicts. I don't come from a genocider country. No offense. No, I don't come from a country where there is political instability, but it's not to the point where we're gonna get rid of each other. But they don't want to talk about that. They don't see that as a problem. They just see it as normal. And I agree with what you're talking about. The average African only cares to know 50 years of their history. They don't care to go back. Not sure why, but they just don't care about that at all. And it's like, okay, that you're here talking about you're not colonized yet. That's the only history you remember. It's weird.
That's like, I mean, okay, it's like this, man. Everything that is built today was built off the backs of somebody else in the past, or built off of the decision that somebody else made in the past. That thing, like your mother chose your father for whatever reason she chose him from, and therefore you exist. And in reality, it necessarily depend on how you live your life and necessarily in what you do, and so forth and so on, will necessarily determine the way necessarily your bloodline necessarily either succeeds or die by, or quote unquote, and at least you say that in the macro, in the macro sense, what a people decide, or what a group of people in the society decide, will change the direction of said society. It's just that people don't want to actually face these hard facts, because facing these hard facts actually means that you actually got to do some self-reflection. And I see when I talk to a lot of people, like, I'm gonna say a lot of Africans have just they're good natured, but they're prideful to a fault, or necessarily, or I'm gonna say prideful and unwilling. I don't know what it is. I'm not too sure of the exact feeling, but it is what it is. And I see someone was saying something like, "Oh, North Africans are Africans." I mean, you can believe that. I mean, I'm not gonna say there's not no Africans in North Africa, and I don't mean quote unquote, because you gotta look. I know
the North African argument is not that simple to me, because I would consider Upper West Africa to be North African. Like, culturally, they're more North African than other regions of Africa. Like, they've mixed with the North Africans. Like, if I look at a country like Mauritania, I see them as having North African mentality. So it's kind of confusing, I'll be honest.
I guess I don't necessarily even, I go to the only two things that actually represent a people, right? Is that it is first off the culture and genetics. That is what a people is, right? When you say Chinese, when you say Japanese, what do you think? I'm asking anybody. I mean, I'm asking African. When you think Japanese, what do you think?
Asian.
Okay, other than Asian, what do you think? Like when I say Japanese, what do you think? You think of sushi, you think of samurai, you think of the phenotype with the slanted
Anime.
eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean,
Right. I don't want it to become about North Africa, to be honest.
nah,
So
nah.
yeah.
Okay, so I'm just gonna keep it simple, but I'm gonna we'll get away from that. But it's simply these smaller things necessarily that people just don't want to at least commit to themselves. Because like I'm gonna leave some other things. Basically, when you talk to people about, okay, this is where you are on the chessboard of life, right? They either don't like the position that they're in, or they just don't want to do the due diligence or the actual work to get themselves from position A to position B. And not doing that, or just quote unquote throwing your hands up and then saying God will provide for me, is why a lot of these people are in the same position that they are now. The reality is God is not gonna come save you. Like even God said himself, like with the faith without works is dead, which means you gotta do work. Like and that's the problem. What I see a lot of people, they don't want to either do the mental work necessarily or the emotional work to actually get to that point. And without doing that introspection, you basically gonna always be like a dog chasing its own tail. Like you're basically gonna be in that same position forever. Your grandkids will be in that same position forever. And without developing the school systems, and then also developing at least basic necessarily weapons. I ain't even talking about advanced shit. Like I talk to people in Uganda, they have AKs from the 1940s. Do you know how unequipped you are for to actually protect anybody with a weapon from the 1940s compared to what we have in the current societies and over the world? And you got a weapon from the 1940s. It's just, when you start looking at it, you can tell like a lot of these countries are not set up to actually be profitable, or they are set to be profitable, but apparently for somebody else. And when you start seeing these systems and start telling people this is what you need to do to challenge these systems, you're either gonna find two types of people, two people with two types of people with the same modality. One is, I'm gonna put my hands up, I can't do nothing about it, or then you will find some people who say, what can I do about it? And that's kind of where you had to split necessarily. And without proper education and proper enlightenment to see the way the world is going to unfold, you're going to have these issues compound until eventually there will be a collapse, and then God forbid at that point. But that's all I'm just seeing from what I've seen from the countries that I've been to so far.
Right. And Terrell, did you have anything to add?
Well, I like to say that a lot of African countries over the years have changed because race mixing do occur between Africans, the Europeans, and the Arabs. So over the years, people do change look, because back during the slavery days, the people in Africa looked at way much different then than they do now. So the genetic offspring changes from time to time. But I also like to point out that a lot of these African countries be in conflicts and have wars. Some of them are engaged in civil wars or have military dictatorships taking over them. Because Sudan right now don't have a president. They being ruled by a military council. Since what's his name left from power, his name was Omar al-Bashir.
How the fuck do you know that?
I did some history research.
Okay, go ahead, man. Look at you out here being productive, boy. Go ahead.
Then you got Eritrea. They had a dictatorship by a president from 1996. He's still in power. And many of these countries dealing with terrorism and political turmoil, because they say in Nigeria they dealing with SARS, police brutality, and they said the Nigerian government's just messed up and do their people wrong. So
Nigerian government is telling death to its own people, man. Like when I really took the time to really look into the situation, I can tell it's the government that's selling drugs to its own people. they're allowing them drugs to come in, and they're and allowing them drugs to come in and be infested. So for I don't know, and I got my suspicions. I'm not gonna say necessarily for what reasons, but I got my suspicions. But I ain't gonna say on air what I really believe it is. But yeah.
Yeah, don't worry. We know what it is, but I'm not gonna say it either. But yeah, it's not. There are a lot of culprits in that live in Nigeria. It's kind of obvious.
Yeah, but a lot of these countries go through their own problems, and a lot of times they can solve it on their own. They don't need international help from the U.S., France, or Canada, or Germany. None of that. They can do stuff on their own. Cause I watched a video like a few months ago about Somalia, how these different African countries teamed up with their military, had a joint strike force where they went in there and kicked the terrorist group. I think out of Somalia. Well, they didn't kick them out, but they really did a number on them. I think they call Al Shabaab or something like that. It's an Islamic terrorist group that operate out of Somalia, and the Somali government needed help. So other nearby African nations pitched in and sent their troops over there to help. And they got the job done much quicker than the Western nations would.
Well, I heard from Somalis that AMNISON, the group sent by the African Union, they're not doing as good as they can do. And last time I checked, this conflict is not really over. It's in a part of Somalia, which is Somalia, but Somaliland is fine. But last time I checked, they didn't say that the African Union actually did help. Is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, I never said it was over, but they still got a lot of work to do because it's going to take a lot more work and everything. And they just got a new president that been president of Somalia before. But yeah, to me, the people just got to rise up and fight back instead of fleeing their countries and going to the U.S. and Canada and the U.K. and France and all that. They need to stay in their countries and fight back and take up arms because they can't defeat these groups and make their country better, but it take a backbone.
I mean, they don't even make their own weapons, man. Like you gotta understand, like when I came to the I went to 2 countries, right? So I've been to Uganda and I've been to Tanzania, right? So when I asked the questions like, what do you do about having guns? Like literally, you have men. I ain't gonna say men. I should say people, right? They fear weapons, and I understand why to a degree, but then at that point you might as well go ahead and fear. You might as well go ahead and die and give up life then, because life is partially of conflict. Like that conflict is a part of life. I'm gonna say that much. Like even from the conflict of you trying to go quote unquote get to a girl necessarily, this is somebody else trying to get the same girl, and vice versa. If you want to say is a conflict necessarily in getting a job, because it's multiple people trying to get the same job, it's limiting the place of the job, right? Conflict is a part of life, and I'm not saying necessarily be a warmongering idiot and just going around here just stabbing each other in the back. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not what I'm saying. But this Africanness, or this mentality of just get along necessarily is not going to get your people or the people of Africa in a better position. And then you must understand conflict is a part of life, and you must be prepared for that conflict, not necessarily, and how you handle that conflict is totally dependent on you, and necessarily and how you view the world and your position in it. But without that necessarily, that bite or that teeth and shit. When I see Africans, when it comes to dealing with each other, it's cutthroat like a motherfucker. But when it comes to dealing with other groups, that cutthroatness just kind of all of a sudden dies down. They don't really understand to see it, or they choose not to understand to see it. But I don't know. Like that's just what I'm seeing as I've been in these different countries. Like I can't say all the places. When I run into people, I talk to.
Are there any Africans that want to call in? Because they'll be the ones to not call in, and then when I'm closing the show, they'll be like, "Oh no, I have something to add. Like, can you guys add it now?"
Are they tired? Oh, you tired of us being up here? Two Americans?
No, not that. It's just a different perspective. Like, I was speaking on Cameroon. A Cameroon called in and they hopped out. Like, I can't speak on Cameroon the same way that they can.
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, we need somebody from Nigeria and Somalia and Ethiopia, because Ethiopia gonna do a civil war with the Tigray region, and they getting help from the Eritrean government, teaming up against their
Bro.
own people.
Man, the Eritrean government is not even a fucking government. The Eritrean government is the world's government, bro. Like that's the U.S. and Europe and China's government, bro. I see when you start really understanding geopolitical science and understanding how nations actually form, how they actually work, and how these things actually go, and how you fight proxy wars. You start to understand how this thing is really put together, and then it's just like people are not really people are just not educated enough. Like that's what I'm starting to really see, that they don't have the education, and the education is not there, and the people who do have the education, they hoard it to themselves to have the advantage, so they can have power, but then they take the power and misuse it. I mean, what I'm starting to honestly get, you Africans gonna have to kind of adapt the mentality of Mandalorian. I know it sounds crazy, but that's what you're really gonna have to do. It's not necessarily, you don't need a quote unquote leader. Once you teach the information and put the information within the people, it's up to the people to necessarily decide, okay, this is the way we want to go, and be like a form, like water. You basically have to quote unquote be like water. You don't have necessarily a head. It's just a mission. What is the mission? To achieve whatever. Once you sit out on that mission, everybody moves in accordance to that mission. Like when I tell people, what's the religion of the United States? It's white supremacy. Every white person, believe it or not, necessarily in the depths of their soul, moves moves for war for white supremacy. If you don't believe, you don't have to believe it or not. But I know it to be true fact, right? So when I see that their mentality, and that's how the way they move, and necessarily and how they ingrain that stuff into the kids, and also the grandkids, and then they have the media to help reinforce that. Then you can see how they can actually just be necessary. Like a white person can be wasn't quote unquote in Thailand and still be a white supremacist, and still act on that same modalities and mindset. But when I see Africans, it's such a split mindset that it's too easy to necessarily throw a wedge in there. I can't even say throw a wedge in there, because most people are already kind of separate. But without that necessarily reforming of the mindset, or the reforming of the overall mindset and mentality of the people, we're not gonna see true change throughout that. And I actually wish somebody from Africa could really come up and give me their own side of view, because I actually do value their point of view, because that helps me necessarily either reform or rethink my information that I get, because I can only go to so many places and travel at a certain amount of time. So, but if any other Africans are actually here, I would actually really love for them to come up.
Yeah, we need to hear their point of view and tell us more about their situation in their countries to educate us better, because you be wondering if the conflict's ever going to end, because a lot of these countries' leaders, a lot of them are corrupt, and a lot of them being paid by these European Western nations, and a lot of them being paid by these oil companies as well.
No, it's what's the name of the bank? The IMF bank, man. I'm looking at the IMF bank. I'm doing the research on this thing when I've been here, and I'm like, the IMF is in all these goddamn countries, and I'm seeing how this money is being distributed. I'm like, this is hell, man.
No, the money go to the president. He keep it as his personal bank account.
Yeah, what I'll say though is a lot of Africans don't have a nationalistic mentality, because the nation state is recent. They have more of a, this was my part of the country before we became a country. Not all, but most Africans have the, my country was a tribe, and that is my nation, not necessarily the whole country. So what affects another part of the country, it doesn't it doesn't resonate with them for the most part.
All right, I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something. I'll let you go first. I'll let you go first.
I realized that Ghana don't have any conflicts. They mostly peaceful over there.
Well, I won't say that it's never had conflicts. Most of the conflicts were political conflicts, but for the last 30 years, it has been relatively peaceful because most of Ghana is dominated by one tribe. So an uprising from a smaller tribe wouldn't be likely to happen. It wouldn't get support basically from the dominant tribe.
And what is the dominant tribe?
The dominant tribe are the Asantis.
Santis. Are they Muslim Christianity or?
They're mostly Christian.
Okay. I don't know. Do they believe in that white Jesus or not, or they actually believe in the true Christianity?
Yeah, so there would be your like British Christians.
Oh no, they gotta get rid of that religion. Anything from Europe is fake belief.
You gotta understand, man. These people ain't gonna give up their religion because when we start putting these things as people's center of gravity or how their worldview, people are not gonna give up their worldview so easily. And then when they kind of speak to the culture as a cultural thing, where basically when you have to quote unquote go into church is now not it's not quote unquote going to church quote unquote get enlightenment from God. It's a social thing now. You go to them necessarily to go to your aunties. You go over there to go see your nephews. Go see where to see that becomes a lot harder to break in people's mentality. But
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Sorry.
I was just making sure my mic was working.
Yeah. So in the context of Ghana, there has been a conflict in which 2,000 people have died, and they happen to not be from the dominant tribe. But I mean, I'll say it's more peaceful than other countries if you're comparing it. Yeah. They're kind of forced to be peaceful.
But you know, there've been like some sightings of like some of those terrorist groups in northern Ghana, though.
Yeah, see, that's the concern because the northern Ghanaians are more like Burkinabes, and that's kind of the concern.
Remember when I told you that you should wish us what's it called, good luck in our fight? Because if we don't defeat Boko Haram, they're coming for you guys. Unfortunately, our government is culpable for the whole thing. I don't think they're ready to, people are making too much profit off of this war, so that's the thing. Like billions of dollars have been spent in military contracts. The generals are corrupt. They just, steal the money. Some of them actually take that money, right? Buy all this equipment from Russia, South Africa, and sell back to the terrorists to make profits. It's crazy. That's why they're still struggling to defeat Boko Haram and stuff. It's not because the military is incapable. It's just they're trying to fight the war with their arms tied backwards, And like I said, when it comes to like ideological warfare, like jihad and stuff, there has to be a counter narrative. If the majority of those people in those regions are poor, hungry, they don't have access to electricity, education, clean water, and now they find refuge and solace in these terrorist groups that provide them wives, money, food. Why would they want to give all that up, just because the Nigerian government says so? So there has to be social programs, even if you have to do free education, free food, whatever, but just to take them away from, because there's so many poor people out there without basic skills so they're like more than enough people for Boko Haram to keep recruiting and recruiting, because you have all these guys, they learn the Quran, they're very religious. By the time they're 12, 13 years old, they can recite the Quran from first page to the end. But how does that make you employable? You can't walk to the bank and say, "Oh, my work experience is I know how to read the Quran." You're not going to get a job, you know. So those guys are
That's true.
practically useless because how does the Quran help you get a job as a banker or as a doctor? So the imams themselves, those so-called Islamic scholars, have to do a better job. And like, because Dubai, they have universities there, they have doctors. So why are the Arabs, you know, they build fancy buildings and they have schools and all this modern day utilities and equipment, but somehow they that taught us the so-called Islamic religion, we take it on our head as we are the best Christians or we are the best Muslims. You know, it's ridiculous. So we need
I
science and
heard this one thing.
technology, a better education system. My bad, go ahead.
No, it's funny because I heard this one saying there was like Africans would try to out Pope the Pope and try to out Muhammad
Yeah, it's
the
it's
Muhammad.
crazy. Like
and
America
and
is,
this concept is go ahead.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's crazy. The white people that brought this so-called religion, they don't carry it on their head the way we do. Like, let me even speak from the perspective of a Southerner, a Christian. You see poor people without money, you know, probably work their whole life. They take that money and give it to the church. And this pastor is driving Mercedes Benz, driving, he has like 3, 4, 5 private jets, wearing Jojo Armani suits, you know, gold wristwatch. But your congregation are poor and you have no self-conscience, nothing. You know, even Christmas Day, you won't even do like the way you guys do in America, like on Thanksgiving, that they deliver turkeys and stuff like that. They won't do none of that. No charity, nothing. They just take, 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 take. So when people always like to say, "Oh, the leaders are corrupt," yeah, the leaders are corrupt because our society is corrupt. The pastors are corrupt. The imams are corrupt. So it's a whole multitude of corruption on every scale and every level. You know, like I was talking to Keizo and Sanda, and we were talking about, oh, we need military, we need bioweapons. I'm like, look, today I went to, like, I think you guys call it MV or DMV, right? Where you know, have to do with traffic and your driver's license. Here in Nigeria, like when you go there, it's always very packed and crowded. If you want to follow due process, it can take you 6, 7, 8 hours for you to get anything done. Guess what a corrupt Nigerian like me would do? I'll bribe my way. So 30 minutes an hour, I'm done. How does improving the military prevent that corruption from just happening? It doesn't. So I have to change. The person that took the bribe has to change. Well, how do we, you know, effect that change, you know, in our mindsets? That's the question, you know.
There
Like,
was also a question, not to like change the subject, but on the Cameroonian perspective. Do you have any suggestions for what
well,
Cameroon?
I wasn't here when you were talking about it. I just came in now, so I probably missed that.
I have a little bit of a situation with the Cameroon. Like Cameroon has necessarily. That's why I mean that's the benefit of having a national. Okay, I hate to be. I'm not saying this to be funny. I'm not saying this to be disrespectful to nobody, even myself. But Africans have to understand one or two things. The tribe laws. Why did the tribe laws? Because necessarily when you dealing with nation states are a more powerful way of organizing people. It is. It just is. When you look at about a formal nation of it necessarily, right? A nation state has a variety of different motherfucking people necessarily, but they all better work to benefit what? The state, correct? Necessarily. That's why Rome was so goddamn powerful, right? For so long period of time. Because Rome said when they got another group of people, instead they either corrupt, they did one or two things. They either brought you in necessarily as part of the society, right? And then you worked, quote unquote, uplift Rome and became a quote unquote Roman, right? And then or they enslaved. That's the only two things you got. So basically you either join necessarily or you got enslaved, right? And with them two options, most people are going to most likely join. And I understand that. I know some of these quote unquote tribes were their own at one point in time, their own nations. But the reality is the people that you're facing, if you do not adapt necessarily, you will be left behind. Like if you got bows and arrows and necessarily people got firearms and automatic weapons, you're going to get fucked. And Africans just don't want to kind of face that reality of you need to upgrade if you want to be able to compete, especially not on the worldly stage, but the geopolitical stage necessarily. You got quote unquote the Chinese that said, I think it's like Han Chinese, so and so Chinese. They got at least 5 or 7 different versions of Chinese people. The only people the Chinese people that didn't quote unquote join their group was the Uyghurs, that's what they call them. Like they enslaved them for right now, legitimate. So the people don't want to. A lot of people just don't want to understand that if you do not have these adaptations, you just gonna get jumped by a whole group of people. They gonna take your stuff. Like literally, think of how many Europeans there are already in the world. There's not that many, God honestly. But they banded together and they jumped you to death, and they've been in charge since of the planet basically since then. When you really think about it, they joined together. France joined necessarily with another nation. What is it? Portugal, Spain, England, and whatnot. They just band together. They worked like a nation state necessarily, right? And they came and they conquered. They took all the wealth, and they've been doing what they've been doing since then. But then we try to tell people that it's like, nah, it ain't happen that way, and so forth and so on. But the reality is reality, and people just don't want to face them cold hard reality, because then you have to go like I said, people, that means you have to do some kind of self-reflection. People just don't want to do self-reflection for some reason. I don't know what it is about people. It's just that self-reflection hurts for some reason. I don't know why, because maybe it's where I come from, but that's just the norm. So I don't know.
Yeah, tribalism is a problem though, but I think it's getting better. It's not as terrible as it was, like back in my parents' days, certain tribes won't marry certain tribes. If you ask them why, nobody knows. They just start telling you some story and some myth or legend that happened some 1,000 years. Nobody even know if it's true or not. Some weird ass stories and stuff like that. But in the big cities, it's kind of different. It's just like during only like political seasons, like the leaders tend to use certain people to push all that tribalism BS. Because even if you still look at those individual tribes, if tribe A is the president, look at the tribes people. They're not doing any better than the other people. Because when there's no electricity in the country, it affects everybody. It doesn't affect just one tribe. It affects everybody. When there's insecurity,
Exactly.
it's not just one tribe. It affects everybody. When the prices of goods are expensive, inflation doesn't affect just a particular tribe. It affects everybody. When the roads are bad, pollution, dirt, it affects everybody. So people just like, oh, tribalism. I'm like, okay, Buhari is Hausa Fulani, yeah, but look at the Hausa Fulani. Are they doing any better than any other tribe? No, they're still dusty. They're hungry like everybody else. It's the truth. They get their head chopped off just the same way. If they catch a southerner, they chop their head off. So how has he benefited his people? No way. So what's the point?
I'm telling you, one thing I figured out was most important to people is social power. Social power to me, I think rules society to a hairiest extent, and I think that social power. I think that's what they're fighting over to a degree, like to at least in North Africa. I think that's what they're fighting over. Like if you dusty and the West is dusty and the East is dusty and the South is dusty, then y'all all dusty together. And what y'all need to do is try to figure out how we get this dust off ourselves. But I mean,
yeah, like I believe Africa will get it right though. It's just a matter of time. It's taking sweet time, but we'll get there. It's just everybody's still trying to figure it out. Like I tell people, like with regards to African society, the diaspora Africans that have traveled and are now exposed are the ones that are going to change Africa for the better. But they also need the local Africans on the ground to be enlightened, because when these guys are enlightened and they can actually take power back from the establishment, you don't necessarily need the white people to come and invest. There are a lot of diaspora Africans who are successful doctors, engineers. Those are the people you use to build your society. Because as long as all these guys keep working in the West, we're not going to go anywhere, because American government or any American company is not going to come and invest $100 billion in one African country. It's not happening,
It's not happening. Exactly.
So you can cry and wish all you want. It's not happening,
Yeah. I think I was telling some of these people, I was like, it was like China is going to come and invest. China is going to invest, but China actually did invest some money, but
China is doing. China is
it's not
playing the long game.
they're playing
You
the
know,
long game. They're playing the long game, which is
they've seen
it's like
how America and the West have neglected Africa. So it's like, okay, if we give all these, Africans this money, this infrastructure, when time comes when, we have to make a big move on the world global stage, they will back us or take our side. Kind of how you see how South Africa is like challenging the West and stuff, because they have the belief that Russia and China and Brazil, even India is on their side. So that's what China and Russia are trying to do. That's why they're increasing their presence in Africa. So it's not because like now even the US, they're trying to. I think a couple of months ago, Biden had this law that they were trying to pass to punish African countries if they go against the decree of the West and all that. It's because of China and Russia that they're doing. Not they don't give a shit about Africa. They just want to counteract whatever China and Russia is doing. Simple as. So they have all these bases, all these military bases in Djibouti and all these places and stuff.
But when I looked into it, basically, what I see on the geopolitical terms for China, what they plan on doing in Africa is that they're going to eventually move all of these. They're going to take the place that America had necessarily when they just do the major selling of goods, and they're going to necessarily what I'm looking at is they're trying to prime the environment for the fact that where they can necessarily make Africa quote unquote manufacturing base of the world, which actually makes sense. And it used to be at one point in time that used to be the extension of Africa. It used to, well, actually, it was both of them at the same time. Actually, it was the manufacturing and the intelligence base of the planet. That's literally what it was at one point in time. And that's what they plan on doing the same thing, quote unquote, in Africa, because you have the cheap labor, the currency necessarily is cheap enough, so where you can get the money and the goods manufactured good enough and sell them at a decent price necessarily. So that is going to be what China's eventually long-term plan is, so they can use Africa as a sort of kind of like battery-ish, kind of like how, to a degree, kind of how like the United States did with China until China got powerful enough they can actually set its own terms of rules. And when I've been studying geopolitical, like that's going to be a real huge issue for the European nations, because that's basically what makes Europe the most powerful thing is that you have all the goods and things coming from their country. And then when you start adding the fact of like the African resources combined with actual the money that will be coming in and generating, then add that in with I'm gonna say the genetic dominance that Africans kind of have over most people on the planet. That's why that's when you start really understanding these people are in the top tier people are in fear for their lives because they understand what's gonna happen to them in about 30, 40 years if Africans actually get some decent manufacturing bases and got to get 24-hour power. Because like that 24-hour, not have that 24-hour power is a real holdup. Like when I've been here in Uganda and Tanzania, that issue is the main issue, because when you're trying to handle any business and the power goes out for like 12 hours, that's a half a day you just lost. Or necessarily the power goes out, that means the water necessarily can't flow correctly. There's a lot of things you just need to have power. And if I don't see, without that necessarily that power being generated, you're going to have your culture, not your culture, but the society is going to be at a standstill because they really can't move as well as other countries because they have the active 24-hour power. They can move necessarily all their goods, all they need to move their goods necessarily. It's these small little building blocks that when you actually take time to really look at them, that you understand how society is actually built and how society is actually held together.
Yeah.
I don't
Go
know.
ahead.
I don't know, like people talking about it's gonna get better in 50 years. I don't see it.
Nah, more like 100 years.
I don't see it in my lifetime. I'll just be honest about that, because like the local people don't know.
What you smacking on, girl?
Yep. Local people do not know about geopolitical issues, nor do they even care. They're so focused on just being tribal and this tribe is doing this to me, this tribe is doing that to me, that I just don't see how they can evolve past that. The education system, as Mameza mentioned, doesn't do anything to let people know about this either. So I don't see how this is going to happen if everyone seems to have a collective amnesia. I don't see it.
Exactly, collective amnesia. That's what I'm gonna start. I need to coin that term, collective amnesia, because that's exactly what it is. When I talk to people, that it's like a collective amnesia. Like they be like, "What happened?" And I'll be like, "Oh yeah, this happened in 1920." They be like, "What? What happened in 1920?" And then when we start figuring out that they just don't understand no more than probably like 60, 80 years back, and that is your starting point. You're basically an infant compared to necessarily to a group of people who got, let's say, works or information from 15,000 years. So that's basically necessary that when you basically understand that what a society and what
people just know, again, like especially the younger generation, I call a lot of them traumatized, because if you've been told that you shouldn't interact with a different tribe for conflict that happened way before you were born, your grandparents taught your parents, and your parents are teaching you, it's just like, I don't see this unity that people often talk about. Like, I don't see it. Yeah.
African millennial, when last were you in Ghana? It's not as bad as you think. Like, I know the media tends to overemphasize on the negatives in Africa, but it is bad. But like, yeah, in some parts, in some places, but it's I don't see that enmity as they often try to make it seem like there's this tribalism. People just hate each other. No, it's really not there. Maybe in some parts, like in the rural, because they don't know any better, but in the most like developed, advanced, educated parts in the cities, all tribes of people work together, and the next door neighbor is this. The girl you have a crush on could be from somewhere else. So I don't see it. Yeah, there will be some, stereotyping, and just the same way FBA will make fun of Africans and Africans make fun of the FBAs. Yeah, those kind of stuff happen, but it's not as terrible as, at least in my experience, though. I don't really see it.
I can concur to the degree. Yeah, in the big cities. I can say I'm starting to see a change because I think it was because I'm right at this hotel. I think I'm talking to a Rwandan girl. One girl, I think she's from, what is it? She's Ugandan or Ugandan. I think was what's my name? What's his name? Ugandan or something necessarily. And then there's another chick I'm talking to. What I'm talking to, I'm just like interacting with. I think she's like downstairs. I think her daddy's from Rwanda, and I think her mom is from Balinkole or something like that. So like I'm seeing people try to, they getting it, but the thing is, what I mean is they're not getting it fast enough. Like people, that's what I'm really trying to say. It's not necessarily cool that you understand the information. It's question is, can you understand the information fast enough to actually seize the opportunity that it's had, that's out there? Because people, I think when I see a lot of, at least I'm gonna say African people, is the slow and steady kind of mentality, and that's nice. That is nice to a degree, but we act like we don't, like time is not a factor in everything. Like how the Europeans was able to dominate because they hit when the iron was perfectly hot for them necessarily, right? They came over there with disease that killed most of the quote unquote Native Americans. Quote unquote China was looking for silver. Was it quote unquote, and then what is it? Mexicans had a whole bunch of silver. African empires were collapsing left and right, and that just left a huge vacuum in the world stage. They just took power and they've been running with us ever since. So the thing, people have to understand timing, and time is a factor. And if you do not understand that time is a factor, you will get beat by the time stick necessarily, and basically, because you do not have the factor of time and placement. And when you do stuff, like if African was quote unquote now make a move for the global stage, this would probably be the time to do it, because all the European nations are weak right now. They're suffering from COVID. They're suffering from bad economies. They're suffering from feminism, goddamn left and right. If this was the time for Africans to actually make a move, this would be the time. but I don't see like that desperation of we need to make this move now. But then I understand. But at the same time, I think they don't have that collective understanding that these things are even happening, or they don't have they also don't have the resources and the education to understand that these things are happening on a global stage, and this is what you probably need to be doing now to get yourself into a better position, put your family in a better position, so your nation can be good. So it's just these are the small things I'm seeing that that affect the whole.
Yeah, but like the average African's not thinking about those grand ideologies. They're just trying to eat and survive, basically. That's all they think about. My next bread, my daily bread. So they don't process all this higher information about the outside world or geopolitics or none of that stuff. So some people do, but the vast majority are just trying to eat and survive. So they're stuck in that loop of survival.
Yeah, it's the same thing I thought my people in America is that you I understand it's hard to get out that survival mode, but once you're able to get out that survival mode, then you can really like take your head up and do an actual survey the land and see what's what though. But until that happens, but I don't even know because like how I'm looking at y'all have the most food in the world. Like I think Nigeria don't y'all have like a rice shortage or something like that? I don't know if that's correct. A rice shortage or food
there was a flood, so a lot of like the rice farms got fucked up. So I don't know how they're gonna cope with that, but
yeah, that's another issue, man. That's yeah.
we still import a lot of rice from Thailand, even though because they were trying to ban the importation of rice, but a lot of like all these politicians and stuff, their wives trade, they import rice and sell to local markets, so that's an economy for them. So of course there were a bunch of politicians that were against the move because they make money from importation as well. You see, so yeah, it's the level of corruption in this country is ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm trying to see that's our biggest goddamn issue is corruption. Like
Nigeria's problem is just corruption. Like people talking about, we need to increase the military. I'm like, look, if you increase the military, you're just gonna have a large corrupt army. Simple as,
Oh God.
I remember when I was in college, like I was writing a project, so I had my laptop, because then we had like cyber cafes where you go to use the internet and you can pay someone to type for you, but it's expensive. So I was doing my work myself, typing. I had my laptop in my hand. I was going home. The cops pulled me over and took me to jail. Said I was a criminal without proof. All he saw was a laptop in my hand. I was young and was like, yeah, criminal. He started harassing me. Yeah, just simple as. He knew I wasn't a criminal, but he knows like, he started asking me, where did I get the laptop from? The laptop is stolen. There was a robbery at this electronics store 2 days ago. I fit the description. Like a whole bunch of BS. He asked for the password. I gave him. He started scrolling through my documents. I was writing a project on blackmail and stuff. He was like, aha, look, you're trying to blackmail somebody. I'm like, first of all, you don't even understand English. You can't even speak proper English. How the heck do you even know what you're seeing on the screen is what you're saying? Another officer came and pulled me to the side. Like, look, if you want to leave here, pay this. So I had to pay for myself, and I had to pay to burn my laptop out.
What?
Yeah. So that's the type of corruption. Now, if I didn't pay, they will beat me up, probably even shoot me in the leg or something. Well, how does increasing the police force or increasing the military solve that? Like 3 weeks ago, there was a soldier that was arrested. He was selling stolen guns and bullets that he stole from the armory and was selling it to Boko Haram. And they deployed him to fight Boko Haram, but he's stealing the weaponry meant for his comrades and he's selling it to the enemy. That's the type of corruption that you're dealing with,
Oh, you can't survive like that, man. Like
so how? Go ahead.
No, I mean you really can't. Well, like when we have that level of corruption, like I'm thinking it's just like, all right, we got some crooked
Nah,
politicians.
it's sad. Like, even when like I've heard to Nigeria say, okay, we need to increase the military. So what will happen? Let's say the Nigerian government decides that let's do a draft system like the way the US had back in the day. They start drafting people. You know what will happen? If the rich man's son gets drafted, he will pay a certain sum of money and it will skip him and go to the poor people. So what will happen is
Yeah,
all the poor people will keep getting drafted. You
yeah,
see?
that corruption is not as much, but it's prevalent in other places. If you have money, you're supposed to help everybody. By help everybody, I mean pay everyone's salary. That's what expected to do. They'll find a problem and they'll solve it. They'll magically find a way to solve the problem that never actually existed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the truth. So like how do you combat like if I was rich and my daughter is sick and I have to take her to the hospital, if there's a poor kid that's supposed to, see the doctor and has a urgent what's it called? He has to see the doctor urgently and is on the list. Just because I'm rich, I can pay the doctor and they will skip that kid that needs that attention and come to my daughter straight. That's the type of corruption you're dealing with, you know.
That's all.
Yeah, that's why do you think I booty clap for South Africans so much? Because their corruption is what I even want. Like I even want that because their problems are not my problems. Like I'm coming from a country where if you're literally dying and you don't have money, you just need to die. Like no one cares.
Or, as a female student, like check it. The lecturers might be asking you for sex just so
Yeah.
that they can pass you.
Exactly.
If you don't sleep with him, you don't get passed. Stuff like that. Even when you report to the authorities, nothing is done. You know, to get an A, the lecturer will tell you have to pay this sum of money. If you don't pay, you fail. So how does improving the military fix that level of corruption? It doesn't.
Wait a minute. So hold on. So you tell me girls out here got done throwing pussy for grades now? They like, I need an A shit.
You don't know about this? Yes, it's very common that I mean
it happens.
people will even fail you if you're passing, but you reject their sexual advances. It's
Now,
that
I
bad.
heard about that, but when I heard about it, I thought it was more the fact like, okay, it's a girl, she kind of stupid, right? So she's like, I'm just gonna throw some pussy. Now I ain't know it was the other way around. He was like, oh girl, if you want to pass class, you're gonna have to throw some pussy. And that's a little different. Now I thought it was the other way
I mean,
around.
not all the lectures like that, but they have a few of them that way. Even to get admission into school, you have to bribe your way. Only the smartest of the smart will get through the first list. Now the second list, everybody has to fight to get in that second list. So a lot of rich people will fight with what? Their money, their resources. They know people in all these offices. They pay and they get their kid to be on that list. Why the poor man's kid is left at home, he can't make it to school. Like I graduated high school like '04. Took me like 3 years before I could get into the university. And I had to pay bribe just so I could get in. So it's terrible.
I can
So
tell the wish have a lot
they're
of
gonna
power.
let think before you type. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up? How you doing, African Millennial? What's up, guys? I don't know if you can
How you
hear me.
doing?
Yeah, what's up, man?
How you doing?
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, no, I usually don't have that much time nowadays, but yeah, I'm actually have to get back to work, but doing some paperwork. But a couple of things, interesting discussion. Couple of things that just wanted to add up. That was pointed out earlier, but I wanted to add some nuance on it. Basically, when it comes down to Africa and the type of like the adoption that certain people might think that what is the solution, right? And most people right now, the consensus that I noticed, some people they're either trying to say, oh, like they believe in God, or that's we should get rid of that, and and they're trying to replace it with the Western like European Union model. And for me, is that that's not gonna work at all. That's basically it's just you're just gonna go back in circles. And I'll give you an example, right? So far some people right now they have this misconception that they assume that tribalism or one who is dedicated to his tribe is somehow wrong or false, or we should get rid of that. When in reality, that is actually a natural like aspect of human identity, you know. So the concept of tribe, you can never like remove that from a human like like the human psyche. Like it's hardwired to the human soul, same way as the belief in God. You can never remove that. What you can do, or what people should strive to do, is that they should say that use it in the right course. You know what I mean? Instead of hate and division and things like that, try to use it in more what do you call more like, you know, getting to know different tribes and different clans all throughout the world, because that's the true form of identity. So right now, let's just say right now you come here in the West, and people assume that there's no tribalism. There is absolutely tribalism. In fact, it's getting much worse here than other parts in the world. So, for example, just because you remove the tribalism of what do you call, like, you know, one's identity, that doesn't mean, you know, in the West they're just gonna replace it with something else. You're gonna replace it with the Democratic Party or Republican Party. It's just another form of tribalism here in the West, you know, conservative or liberal. Whether you in the city, guess what, you're gonna root for your tribalism sports teams, right? You're either LA fan, Celtics, whatever team you know, or you know, you try to advocate for. At the end of the day, that's the tribe you're going to belong to. In European countries, the they have hooligans, right? Where the tribalism is so out of control that if you go into a certain neighborhood with the wrong jersey, you'll get jumped or something terrible is going to happen to you. So again, it's very important that people need to understand the concept of tribe and the concept of, like, basically the concept of identity through tribe and ethnicity, and the concept of God, creator, is hardwired into the human psyche. So you can never replace that. I mean, you know, you can always try to replace it with something else in the West in modern terms, but at the end of the day, it would always be the same. Yeah, that's all I want to just add.
Oh no! When I say when it comes to religion, this is how I personally look at it, in the grand totality that it is, right? If the religion necessarily is not reworked to benefit you, then you need to drop it. Like when you go pray necessarily, okay. My question: when most Muslims pray necessarily and they envision God, my question: who do you think they see
And who do you think we
when they
see?
speak in Arabic?
No. Who
No,
do you
I'm
think?
asking.
Yeah. No, I'm saying,
Okay.
and that's a valid question, but do you think Muslims believe in a God that they can see? No.
Hey, bro. I'm gonna tell you from what I have seen. It, I can't say because I know a few Muslims, but I know a lot of
No, but
Christians.
see,
I
but
work
you
with.
have to look at it, bro. Like if I was to talk about you, your culture, or what your beliefs are, I would have to do my own research to really know what your scriptures would say, or what you, as an ideology, whatever you hold, I would have to look into it. So, for example, if you look at the Quran, it says like it actually has a description of like what God is. You know what I mean? He's one. That's one creator that created the whole universe, right? But when it comes down to like the vision of God, it actually gives you a concise aspect to it, where it says like no vision can grasp him, but his vision grabs everything. So that means like when you look at, we don't have Islamic perspective. There's no ideology in terms of like there's no idols, right? There's no you can never picture who Allah is, like, you know, in your head, because for us the way God is viewed in Islamic perspective is that you can never even grasp the you know the magnitude of the creator of the heaven and earth, right, the universe. But in other religions, you can have a vision, because that's their doctrine, right? Whether it's a form of man, whether it's a form of what do you call different deities in European, all the stuff. But from Islamic perspective, there is no, you can never see God because it's just too God is too great from that aspect.
Okay. I would like to, but
Man,
basically that's not what I'm.
when I think about angel from a Christian point of view, I think of a white dude with blonde hair. If I see a black angel coming towards me, I'm taking off.
Did you want to go?
Oh God, no!
Yeah, it's the truth.
I ain't gonna lie, cause I'm right now. I went to church like I went to this black church in Uganda, man, and they spoke like was the Lugandan first instead of they do with the English afterwards. And I'm sitting there in the church and like in the middle or like behind the pastor, right? This dark skinned pastor, right? When he got in this white and gold outfit, this draped over him. It's this giant picture of this like blonde white man that's sitting and a whole bunch of like it looked like Africans just bowing down to it. And I'm sitting here looking at this shit like this is not the right kind of mentality you need to have necessarily. And then when I see it with Muslims, even though they quote unquote don't physically say it, but when I see them interact with Arabs, it's that I put my head down kind of mentality. Now that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing.
All right. So can our City of Truth, did you want to say something? Okay. So what I'll say to reply to that is I think there can be a mentality of someone who's not your race is more respected than someone who is. I don't necessarily equate that just to religion. And reason being is all religions do that. Like all Africans who believe in certain religions do that. Like they automatically just respect somebody and don't suspect someone because they're a different race. Christians do it too. They do it in a different way. It's actually kind of concerning, really concerning.
No, break that down. From what do you mean by that?
Well, they just respect somebody who's a different race because they see that person as more intelligent or they have something else that they need. Like they usually respect money. Even if you just come from the West, you're seen as smarter because you come from a better country than their countries.
That's self-hate.
Is that the term in terms of you're saying that the last 200 years, like in colonial era, or are you just saying that was always been the case? Because if you look at the history of throughout the African continent, in fact, even when white people were coming in the Horn of Africa, because I can't really speak mostly on the Western and other parts, I'm not well versed in that, so I can't really speak on certain things that I don't know too much information about. But I will say when they did came in Africa, you had this guy. There was the British. They came in and what do you call he was an ambassador to like the other colonials, and he wrote a letter. His name was Sir Eliot Charles, and he wrote a letter about the Somalis and especially specifically the Somalis. And he was like when other Africans, he's like when white people, Europeans went to other Africans, they were looking at him like wide eyed and all this stuff, right? But when they came to our land, we would look down on them. In fact, they were shocked by that. And then there was Gerald, one of the former what do you call um, uh, officers that were there, wrote a book about warriors called "Warriors: Life and Death Amongst the Somalis," where he was there in the midst of the tribe, the Somali tribes, even when certain clans were fighting amongst themselves, and he would always write the book about it, and he would say these people they're basically don't care about whether it's like the more white you are or anything like that, they would look down upon you, like because our in I can't speak for anything else, but in the Horn of Africa especially, when it comes to our clan goes above anything else, right, in terms of identity. So if you're not part of my clan, you're not like, you're not part, like we're not clicking with you. That was the mentality Somali people have in the past, and now sometimes we're hated on for that because we put the Somali clan or whatnot above anything else. So even white people were saying that. So they would call the leaders, like in the past that we had, like the Mad Mullah. Today he would be considered a terrorist, but back then everybody knows he was a freedom fighter. So from the context, so when we do speak about the concept of tribe, and I'm pretty sure there's some, person right now just alluded to saying tribalism is more extensive in Africa than in the West. That is true in terms of if you're using that word. But when it comes, but if in the West they still use the concept of tribe, but they use it in a modern terms. You can never get rid of the concept of tribe. You just take your identity and that identity you have, you just replace it with something else. Whether it's a form of gangs, whether it's a form of what do you call that, a political party, whether it's a form of sports teams, you're still in a tribe in the West, but they have a different terms now. Back then we had empires, things like that. But today we have what, countries. So things are, it's like it's the same concept, but people might assume like, oh, the West have evolved and done this. The only thing the Western world has evolved is that they were smart enough to focus heavily on the R&D. So they focus a lot of what do you call that, research and development. This is how a lot of the world are succeeding, and in certain countries are lacking behind because the R&D, that is where everything functions through. Whether if you ever see a society that excels, you look at the R&D, like research and development. Are they basically, like, are they developing new technologies, right? Research and development, what are they focused on right now? And this is the reason why China is more in line to take over, even though right now lately they've been having issues because of what do you call the currency manipulations they've been doing in the past, but as well as they focus so much about real estate that it's actually about to burst. But for them right now, they're focusing so much on research and development. That is one of the reasons why they're excelling, because the West only cares about capital, right? They say they're capitalists, but in reality, they're not loyal to their own society. They don't care about
That's true.
their own people. Because if you look at capitalism, right? If you look at the CEOs, the big companies, Fortune 500 companies, multinational corporations, all they care about is profit, money. So you have these politicians in the West that say that, oh, China is a threat, China is this, they're communists. They'll tell this in front of our faces, but in the back, in the back rooms, they make deals where they ship American jobs. And so far, it's been what, over 4.5 million American jobs that have been shipped to China for the last 25, 30 years, right? So the Midwest states in Ohio, Pennsylvania, the so-called Rust Belt states, they've all, like,
Oh,
those
you did
states.
your research, man. Hold
No, no, I
on, hold
said,
on. What's your name again?
I think before you type, you could just call me that.
Okay, I like you, man. You the only person who got who actually did some research. Go ahead, my man.
I try, bro. I'm a student of history, to be honest with you. Nobody's perfect at anything, but for me, it's like I try to focus on, if I don't know something about it, I try to look at it. And one thing I really don't like, I don't like generalizing people, an entire group of people, an entire religion, or I don't care who you are, what you are. At the end of the day, is that if you want to know where you're going, you have to look at, you have to know where you came from, right? But if not, if you look at the issues that a lot of times, I don't really have time to come on a lot of the panels, but if we're talking about what Africans and Africa people are, like, the issues that they're going through, so much so is about R&D. Yes, you need stability. That's one of the main reasons. But if you want to know how a successful, a country or any, society that thrives, you have to focus on, not just the military aspect, but what is their R&D state. And So right now, if you look at the last 25, 30 years, the Americans, the CEOs, the so-called capitalists, they're not loyal to the American people. So all they care about is making money. So a lot of the good paying, manufacturing jobs that was here in America, in the Rust Belt like states, right? Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. So right now they're like contested states, but these states, they had manufacturing companies, right? This is where they were making, they had labor unions and things like that. But these companies,
Still, man.
these companies, they end up taking those jobs and they shipped it to China, all because they didn't care about whether they were communist or not. All they care about was how to basically cut costs and
All right, hold on. Can I respond to that, man?
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. I mean, with the whole China thing, here in the U.S., it's right to an extent, but now it's like reversing. Like a lot of the manufacturing is coming back to the U.S. because
No, it's not.
But
No,
yes,
it's
it
not.
is.
Like
Let me
what?
finish. Yeah, let me finish. It's a lot of it is coming back for partially for national security reasons, but also for the fact that China is not so cheap anymore. And when you look at like everything that's going on with their currency and stuff, it's not really as economical to have these factories in China anymore. And also, there's a national security aspect to it too. If you have China, a country like China, and they're producing all of your cell phones and all of your electronics, and basically, well, hold on, let me finish. What that means is that they know all of the back doors to that stuff. They know all the back doors to all of your circuits, your circuit boards and stuff, because we're allowing them to put all that stuff together, and even like our military equipment and stuff. All of our computers and stuff on our naval ships and stuff. If they have the back doors to that stuff, and in a national security situation or a war or something, we have to use that stuff, and they're able to exploit our own technology because they built it. That's a serious issue.
I got a quick question.
Let it finish. Let it finish.
Yeah, it's a serious issue, but and also let's not forget the semiconductors in Taiwan. They're gonna have to bring all that to the United States now because China wants to take over Taiwan, and the thing is the U.S. they'll do anything to get the semiconductor computer chip production here in the States rather than let it fall into the Chinese hands, because if it falls into the Chinese hands, China will control microchips for the next 50. No, they don't, because they're really bad at making microchips. They're horrible. That's why the Chinese have to do it.
I actually agree with that. I actually don't know anything about technology. I'm really behind. Even I know that.
Hold on, AM. Hold on, AM.
Okay,
The thing is, I want to.
People telling you wrong already.
No. Let it finish.
Yeah, I want to address is that basically, make a long story short, TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, the reason you hear about them so much in the news is because they're the world's leading semiconductor microchip producer, and they're based out of Taiwan. And the U.S. they want all of their engineers to come to the United States and work in the United States, rather than let that company fall into the hands of the Chinese. In fact, there's rumors that America is so adamant that they'll go so far as to destroy TSMC. They'll blow up the whole production facility there, rather than let it fall into the hands of the Chinese.
Let me ask you a question.
So yeah, he could go ahead. I mean, if he wants to ask me, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, that's a valid point,
I
right?
think I'm gonna go.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm just gonna make a quick point. Just 2 points, because that's a valid point. But do you know the reason why America now is saying it's a national security like concept? The reason why they're saying that, because in the beginning, the last 25 years, when they were shipping jobs to China, right? They didn't care about national security. The reason why America only finds it to be a national security is because the greed that got into the capitalism system in terms of just the way you look at it, right? Because at the end of the day, it's about profit, not, it's about profit over people, right? So all they care about is making money. So these companies, when they ship the jobs to, China, over 4.5 million jobs so far, those jobs that were in China, the Chinese Communist Party, they were able to see how these, the manufacturing companies, because this is done in their backyard, so they easily can steal the technology, which they actually did. So in return, once they, basically stole those technologies due to the greed of the CEOs and capitalism, right? Once China took those technologies, all of a sudden now China got an aircraft carrier, right? They got, now their technology is advancing, right? In terms of, because now they're also focusing on research and development, and so far at least what they did that was so smart, in China, is that they made America, and particularly the Western world, become more dependent on them in terms of manufacturing. So America now, due to this greed, now they're waking up, and the pandemic is actually what woke them up. You know what I mean? When everything got shut down, and now, you cannot get anything. There's some businesses that, me, some of my friends and I were doing all the stuff, but everything right now, if you're trying to, whether you have a, brick and mortars, or you have an online business, or it doesn't matter, a lot of things is being manufactured in China.
Can
So,
I?
and then when you're trying to get, ordering, like supply and demand, just went haywire. So America now finds itself in a situation where they are absolutely reliant and dependent on China. I mean, look at the cars now we have, right? The used models sometimes are more expensive, nowadays. Like, you can't even get a used car, and they're more expensive. Why? Because of the semiconductor, right? In Taiwan, and in these places, and China is at the point where they're threatening an actual war, to try to get Taiwan back. And America
And
now is, yeah. So now
my bad,
I
just
just
repeat
want to get
the
the
topic,
point. That's
please.
the
All right,
reason.
wait. Yeah, let him finish.
No, it's all right. I'm done. But I was just saying, like, the reason why America is in the West, particularly, are just saying that they need. I mean, they find it to be it's a national security, is because they did this shit to themselves at the end of the day because of their greed. They don't care about communism or anything else like that. All they care about is how to make, like, money. They worship money. So if we're talking about, no, honestly, if you look at the Western world, in God we trust, that's in your pocket, man. So so if you cannot, like, even when people say, like, oh, religion, get rid of all the stuff, you're just going to replace it with something else. And in the West, the people that are soulless, they don't have, they don't say, I don't believe in God, all this stuff, and you look at their day-to-day action and what they're doing, money becomes their God.
Money is a god. Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
So anyways, that's the point I was trying to make, man.
Julia, you can go ahead. I wanted to comment that, but Julia, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for giving me the opportunity, African Millennium. I want to say something, right? I've been in a lot of media spaces, and when I hear white people speak, they never talk about Africa, especially the things that is happening in America and China. Most of the time, when we come to these African spaces, we want to hear people talk about what is going on in Africa, but it keeps taking us to Chinese and American war that does not involve Africa, and that's the thing that is a problem for us Black people, because we cannot sit down and talk our own business without bringing down these people on the table. It just makes no sense at all, right? Um, Now when it comes to I don't know, maybe my mic has a problem, but when it comes to religious, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Everybody mute your mic. Everybody mute your mics.
All right. Yeah. When it comes to religion in Africa, right? I believe that religion is a problem. The religions that we are facing in Africa right now was a colonial religion. It wasn't part
Oh
of what we.
no.
It wasn't part of what we had when the Europeans came in. And people can go ahead, like you go to China or whatever, or what country or whatever. People believe in a super being that they have never seen, and some people believe in a supreme being that can be sun, it can be an animal, it can be anything. Now people just believe that God is Christian and Allah is Muslim, but this religion wasn't part of us. So if people believe that we have to keep this religion in Africa, and then it's a problem because they haven't. That's colonization. They haven't been decolonized. Once you decolonize your mindset, you will realize that these things that we are talking about is not part of us, and we don't want it in Africa because people can still grow without having religions. If you see what is happening in Africa across all the countries, right? African are the only people that believe in religion. If you go to any part of the world, you believe that most people that believe in religion in the supreme being is in Africa, but these countries are the most poorest countries in the world in
Would you
Africa.
say Saudi and all the America is not religious?
It's not religious. I'm African and I live in the
Not
state.
really.
When I came to the state and I went to the church, I could count the number of people that were
That's
inside the church.
No, no,
But when
we're
I was in
talking
Africa,
about.
okay. Let him
when I
finish.
was in
Because
Africa,
I have to
when I
reply.
was
It's
when
all
I
right.
was in, when I was in Africa, you see a whole lot of crowd people going to the church. That's just my point, and it just doesn't make sense. Over here in America, people go to work on Sundays, and they don't even know what days is it. But in Africa, people go to church and nobody works. So that's just to tell you that a lot of people in Africa, believe in some kind of religion, and people in the West do not. And based on another point that you guys were talking about tribalism and
Oh
over in
wait.
the West.
Also, there was a question for you because we were talking about Cameroon earlier in the stream. What do you propose as a solution for Cameroon
About what?
about the conflict that's in Cameroon?
I mean, I didn't hear that question, but there's a problem happening in Cameroon between there's, look, people really don't know what problem Cameroonian is facing. People just come over here and just keep talking stuff about Cameroon. You have two countries that came together and formed one. One was colonized by British and one was colonized by French. And that's just it. If you understand, if you have two, it's like taking Nigeria and combine it to
Yeah, the question
Benin.
though is what is the solution?
The solution in Cameroon that the people are fighting for is a two system, a federal system. That's all what Cameroon needs. Cameroon used to have a federal system. One side was English, one side was French. 1960, they were practicing a federal system of two states till 1972 when it was abolished. That was when the problem started. From 1972, because the federal system was abolished into a unitary state where the government has control over everything. So once that federal system comes back to normal, things will go back fine in Cameroon because you cannot have two systems in a country where you drive to one part of the country is English and you drive to one part is French, and you want to, use a unitary system to control the whole people. Where you have French administrators moving to the English part and they speak French in a language where the other people doesn't understand. Now, when it comes to tribalism or choosing a tribal language for this country, it's a problem because Cameroon has over 256 local tribes. And that's where tribalism comes in because there is no tribe in Cameroon that wants to be lesser than the other tribe. All the tribes feel superior, and choosing one tribal language to rule over the other tribes is a problem because nowadays, especially in Cameroon, no tribe want to be speaking another tribal language, and that's a problem. Um, I wish one day Cameroon find a problem of choosing a language that can unite people, but as of now it's all colonial languages, and every country in Africa have a colonial language. Don't come and tell me, oh, but why are you guys still fighting over colonial language? In Ghana they speak English, their school system is in English. You go to Kenya, it's the same thing. There's no African country that doesn't use colonial language to
Yeah,
run
there
their own
are
people.
some.
So
There are a couple.
Right. I mean, unless you go to Somalia and stuff like that, or maybe Ethiopia. But when I'm talking about like sub-Saharan, like most people still use their colonial languages to do stuff. Now, is tribalism gonna end in Africa? I don't think so, because our government are incompetent. They cannot do stuff. If they had a government that can stand on its own, you can get up one morning and ban all this tribal language and implement a language that everybody can learn it and speak. When the Europeans came to Africa, what did they do? They forced people to learn their colonial languages, English. People were beaten. People were put into servitude. People were sent to Europe, in England to learn their language, in France to learn French, in other countries that colonized Africans to learn their language, and came back and became teachers in this community, and they were teaching the colonial languages. So if African government have that sense, they could actually do that and force people to learn a tribal language that can actually unite other tribes in that country. And that's just my point. But when it comes to discussing issues like this, we shouldn't be talking about Chinese or American. I mean, unless you want to go to those platforms and talk about that. But we know what Chinese is doing. Chinese is taking over Taiwan. We know that Russia is doing all of that. And it's just, it's a cold war that is happening, but still, Africa is not part of it. So we should really talk more about what is happening with Africa. And that's just my point.
I agree with you on that, but I think the one point I didn't agree with you on was religion. I don't see how Africa is ever going to get rid of Christianity or Islam. And I don't know about Islam.
If you cannot
Maybe,
get rid of those
but with
religions, Africa
Christianity,
is
like you could just say you believe in God and be
right.
classified as
Let
a
me tell you
Christian.
something before. Look, if you don't get rid of religion in Africa, Africa will always divide. Africa cannot unite with this religion. You see what is happening in Nigeria. Nigeria is having a problem between the Fulani North that practice Islam and the Christian South. That's why when the Christian person in Nigeria goes to school in northern Nigeria, there are certain things that he or she cannot do in those cities. Why? You cannot talk bad against something. Either you get snapped on the road, or you get killed, or for talking bad about Allah. Things like this cannot keep happening.
Can I mention
But
something?
Chinese,
with
Just to,
China,
India and China, they also have their own religions.
right,
People,
and this was what happened. China unite their whole country
China has
and
religion.
form one religion, even though not everybody practicing. You go to India, is the same thing. Why can
no,
Africa?
China actually, I'll give you an example, bro. The reason why you can never get rid of religion, and I'm telling you seriously, so you can look into it, right? You can never replace religion or God, the concept of a creator, because it's actually been shown. Not only I just share with you guys on the science daily, but it's also like the concept is always like hardwired to the human psyche. So, for example, right? I'll give you an example. So let's just say you remove religion, you're going to replace it. Like if you remove the creator, you're just going to replace it with something else, right? So for example, in what do you call it, in China, right? And a lot of times people say, oh, China is not a religious country, or a state and all this stuff. But the government becomes religion. In North Korea, they don't have a religion, but guess who their religion is the Kim Jong Un, right? Their dynasty. They believe those guys are a deity. They actually believe the guy, Kim Jong Un is a god, right? So I'm telling you, man. So if you look into the history of, if you actually do more research on it, you will find out you can never get the concept of religion. So
Look,
if you have an issue, right? I'm just going to make a one last point. So if you do have an issue, the way it's been used, you should talk about correcting the way it's been used. So for example, the reason why I criticize certain parts of religion is because I don't believe Christians are practicing the teachings of Jesus. I don't believe Muslims, the ones who are doing things like that, I don't believe they're practicing the correct way of Islam. And for the same thing with Judaism, right? So if you look at, if Moses came back today and he see what the Jews are doing to the Palestinians, right? And he would see like, hey, you're breaking all the commandments. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not kill. But they're going against those commandments. If Jesus came today and he sees the Christians in the West and some of the people where these priests and pastors are taking people's money while they're living in mansions and the people are living poor, Jesus would be actually, he would be like, he would, he would reject those people, right? If the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, if he comes today and he sees the way these Saudis are behaving, and these monarch and you know the so-called kings, but we don't have kings in Islam, right? So these so-called king Abdullah and all this stuff, if he sees the way they're doing, while the vast majority of Muslim people are actually in a dire consequences, and these so-called Gulf states, you know, who got the oil are living a rich, lavish style. When the Sahabas, right, when the companions of the Prophet and the Prophet himself were simple people. So look at the teachings of Moses. He was a simple human being, right? Even when he had the power. Look at Moses, Jesus. He was a simple human being. If Jesus came down today and he would be walking amongst people, the so-called some of the Christians, they would call him a camel jockey. They would disrespect him. They would call him all kind of names, right? In all honesty, because they would call him a homeless guy, right? Because he would be with the poor and oppressed. Same thing with the Prophet Muhammad. So what you need to understand is that the teaching, the core values of those men, the prophets, is diametrically opposed to what we're seeing today's standards, right?
But let me just
Wait,
make one point.
no, no,
I'll be
no, no,
out.
no, no.
Look, I
Just
just
try to
want just
no,
one point. Just
no, no, no,
No,
no,
let her
no.
speak, bro.
I'm
Let her speak, man.
sorry.
It's not
I
your
can't
show.
let you make the point, unfortunately, because there's two other people. I at least want to get through the panel once before anyone jumps in. So Josie Gold, go ahead.
Why there's a stopwatch?
Just
Timer.
because some people take like 5 minutes to make a point. Josie Gold, are you able to say anything?
You're
Okay,
going back.
if you're talking, I can't hear you. Mr. Nest, go ahead. Mr. Nice. Okay, this is what gets me annoyed when I actually give everyone a chance to talk and they don't
yeah.
reply.
Can I make a point, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
What that brother was saying is most of the time he might probably look, this is the thing, we have to be sincere with Africa, right? People just believe that once you take away that religion, it doesn't mean you are taking away the supreme being you believe in, or Prophet Muhammad or something. There is still that supreme being. The thing is, the religion in Africa is dividing Africans. A southern person that believe in Christian cannot mingle around with a person that believe in in Islam religion, and this is even causing more division than even tribalism. But when I see people come on this panel and say, "Oh, we have to keep Muslim, we have to keep this," if you find a problem in Christian religion, and a Christian person also find a problem in your religion, and none of you guys are willing to work things together, then it means there's a problem. You cannot sit together and talk, and that's what is happening in Nigeria. You have people that want to pass a Sharia law because they believe in what they believe in. The thing is right. You have Christians that say no, what you are doing is, but none of them is coming into agreement. So it makes these both religions non it makes this both religion a suicide religion that has to be banned in Africa. You can believe in whatsoever you believe in Allah or Christian or in Jesus, but at the same time, take out the Muslim in you, take out the Christian in you, and create something that can unite people. And even though you still believe in your Allah, but people are sitting down and discussing stuff, and that's what it is. You know,
You
you don't
just
want
made
to.
my point without realizing. I'm telling you, it's the people's fault who don't. It's the people that failed to uphold the principle of the concept of religion. Right? It's not the religion in itself, the concept of the
Out poke
believing
the Pope.
Creator.
Out Muhammad, man. But I told y'all. Remember I said that before. Out Muhammad. I trying to out poke the Pope, man. The reality, I hate to break it to people. I hate to break it to people, but the reality is this: these religions came there as foreign tools of power to achieve a goal. Bro. When they came into North Africa with these goals, they was like, all right, they used that for the first when Arabs first came there. They used that as a banding force for themselves to come in there and colonize Africa to get what resources and human labor, bro. That's the reality, right? Well, when people start converting to quote unquote to Islam, what do they say? Oh, well, damn, that's it, right? Well, we can't enslave people who believe in Islam. So stop converting people to Islam and then have other people bring those slaves or bring those people over there to them necessarily because quote unquote they're non-believers. When the European came to goddamn Africa with the religion, was it Africans had the land, they had the wealth, they had the fucking gold. When the Europeans got them said, close your eyes and pray, the Africans had the Bible and the Europeans had the land, the wealth, the gold, and the knowledge, bro. That's the difference.
Except the land.
The reality is our tools for goddamn colonial powers. Fuck what you want to say. Fuck what you want to say, how you want to believe it. Now, if you want to, now, for me personally, not everybody is mentally as strong as me that I don't really care. Personally, I don't give a damn about religion. I really don't. But I understand not everybody is mentally as strong necessarily as me. I understand that. So if you got to give them something to help them sleep at night, cool. But you're gonna have to change this shit one way or another. And that's the ultimate goddamn. That's the ultimate goal. Now, how we go about doing it or what you convert it to is fine.
Bro, I guarantee you. I know. Listen, I know you're saying you're mentally strong, but I guarantee you, I swear to God, man, like you right now, if your life is in danger, the first thing you would utter is, "Oh God." That was the first thing you would utter. It's not because of, you know what I mean? Even though you're saying like you don't believe in God and all this stuff, but I guarantee you, your soul will cry out. And this is why in the military there's a concept where they actually say that there is no atheist in a foxhole. You know what that means?
In a foxhole.
I know you know what I'm talking about. There is no atheist. There's no atheist in a foxhole. You know why? Because when people are in a war, let's just say that anytime you see a person like these military soldiers, right? When they're in a war and they're actually fighting, and they are in a trench and their life is in danger, I guarantee you, the last thing they think about is not believing God. The first thing they say is, "Oh God," and your life is in danger. If you're in a plane and is crashing, you're gonna cry out to God. If you're in a boat and it's starting to sink, you're gonna cry out to God. If you're on the street and somebody pulled out a gun on you and all this stuff, you're gonna cry out to God. So let's just be honest. Again, you guys are only talking about the current state of the religion. But when you in Africa, right? But when you look at the empires that Africa had throughout history, you know they believed in God. Even how many times I come across people that are talking about, oh, ancient Egypt. What do you think the ancient Egyptians believed in? Right? They believed in a higher power and things. But but the pharaoh, all this stuff. But the concept of religion of God is always been there. When you had the powerful empires in Nigeria and the West Africa, who was the richest man, right? Mansa Musa. He was a man of faith. He was a Muslim, right? And in the Horn of Africa, when you guys see the problem is, you know, if you have an issue with the concept of religion and the belief in God, you're only talking one side of it, right? And it's always about the last couple of centuries or so. And that's a valid point. You can make that because when the Europeans came in a mindset where they themselves, who were believing in a God, thought they were better than others. So they misuse the concept of religion. They try to take the image of who Jesus looked like, right, and who he was, and they try to paint him to their likeness. And again, and I'm going to emphasize it again, in Islam, we don't have no depictions of the prophets. You know why? Because they were all different colors, right? The prophet, the first human beings that was created, Adam. And if you look at the Islamic history, you know, today he would be considered black because even the name Adam is udum, right? It's wheat. It's the color of clay, the what he was made from, right? The earth. But anyways, to get back to the point is that the concept of like the faith in a you know, the belief in the creator is hardwired in the human psyche. So if you guys are talking about religion is bad in a, oh, like, you know, it's bad so we should ban it, I guarantee you the only thing you're trying to propose and the reason why some of you guys are not even mentioning what you're going to try to replace it, it's in itself, it's a form of religion. If you want to get rid of all the languages in Africa, what you want to do, you want to create one, like, you know, one religion, right? Because you have to have an ideology. So what that ideology is, you guys are not mentioning it, but I guarantee you it's a religion.
Brother, are you from Africa?
Can I add something really quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
are you from Africa?
That's nice. Go ahead.
I'm from Africa. I was born in Africa, but I grew up in the West.
Right. Did you know what religion Africa was practicing before the colonial religion came in?
You talking about the spirituality and things like that?
Right. So we know religion exists, but if
There's
Africa was
someone on
already
the panel
practicing
hasn't spoken.
Can
Just
I go? Can I go?
yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Okay, I just want to ask. First, I came to debunk this guy, the Cameroon guy. So I'm gonna ask first of all. He said in Kenya they speak English. That's false. Most Kenyans speak Swahili in the tribal language. The only place they speak English
They
is
speak English in their
Hold on,
official language and schools. Their schools is all
let me
English.
finish. Let me finish.
Swahili is a
Let me
language that
finish.
is
No,
spoken.
you're not from this region. You're not from that region. Okay? Okay. Most people speak Swahili. That's the mother tongue. That's the language everyone speaks.
In Cameroon, we also speak languages,
Hold on.
tribal languages as well.
Hold on. My God, calm down. They also speak English. You're right. They use to school, but people don't speak it. Only time you hear people really speak it is Nairobi. But if you go to Mombasa and other places, no one speaks English. Most people do not know what you're talking about when you speak English. Also, most African countries, where the region, my mom's from, they don't speak English or like that. People don't speak English like that. Okay, mostly it's the native tongue. English is used for business, then Swahili. So that's how it goes. Cameroon, you guys speak English and French. That's the major language you guys speak. I get that, but not everybody speak English like that. Well, the which my mom's from. Also, he said that America is not religious. That's false. It depends what state you in. If you go to conservative states, yes, they're very religious. They got, if you go to conservative states, they're very religious. If you go to liberal states, they're not very religious. It depends what state you in and what the value of the state is.
Yeah, I forgot how. Is it Alabama or Mississippi? I think it was Alabama, and they have issues with the abortion. You know how that
exactly
that law that other states want to bring it in, Alabama or Mississippi, I forgot which one. One of the southern states was like, we don't believe in this. This is this is gonna create more teenage pregnancies. They were like, not at all. And that sounds like something I would do too. Yeah, go ahead. That's nice.
Yeah, it depends what state you in. If you're in liberal state, I get it. There's not a lot of people religious.
Okay, makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, when people talk about like getting rid of religion in Africa, I'm sorry, but I don't see it happening ever.
That's never going to
at
happen.
all.
It's gonna
At
be a
all.
waste of
Like
time.
it's not happening. Like
It's a waste of time. I'd rather have them, in all honesty, to focus on something more productive, or at least correct the ways that certain people who are misusing it in the form. And in fact, look at this, right? So when you look at the so-called Boko Haram, ISIS, and all this stuff, right? Look at right now. If do me a favor, African Million, because not a lot of people, look into this, right? They have this. What do you call? It's called Operation Timber Sycamore, right? If you can please put that up, if you can just type it in, or I'll type it in over here for you. Is really fascinating how a lot of these so-called terrorism, who are nothing but agents from the West, are actually used as a basically as an excuse to invade Muslim countries who have rich resources or who cannot be controlled by the West. And a lot of Africans, and unfortunately, to be honest with you, who don't do their research, are actually just falling for this trap where they literally assume it has to do with Islam. When a lot of these so-called agents who are running amok are actually, like, whether it was Al Qaeda back in the day, who were being funded by Jimmy Carter's administration, you know what I mean, in Afghanistan, right? Al Qaeda is the base, right, in the CIA. And when you have the ISIS that was created, how did this terrorism? If you notice the countries that America invades, right? Look up before and after. They never had terrorism issues. It was always after, right? Iraq, did they have terrorism issues? No, it was after. Syria, did they have terrorism issues? No, it was after. Libya, did they have terrorism issues? After. Somalia, same thing. This, Yemen. So if you look at how, what do you call the like the propaganda that's being used in the West, when anytime they want your resources, if you are a country or a people in the West, right? If they want your land, if they want to control your politics or social affairs, and they want to control your resources, they will come up with what do you call the what do you call it, derogatory terms, right, or demonizing terms, in order to vilify you as a people, where they tell their own, Western hemisphere, and they say that, hey, you know what, these people are bad, this is what it is, so we need to go and invade them. And I'll get back to 2 points, right? In If you look at how the Native Americans here in America, the West, the colonial Europeans, they use two talking points every time they want to invade and occupy a land. And those two talking points, they did it before 200, 200 years ago, they were doing it, and now they're still doing it. But people cannot somehow connect it. The first time when they were invading Africans in the Middle East, in Asia, and in the Americas, in here in the United States, what do they call the natives? What do they, say that? They call them, they say two things. They say that they call people savages. That was the
Yeah.
one talking point. And the second thing, they say that, oh, we're gonna go and civilize them. So those were the two talking points 200 years ago.
Well,
They call anybody who is black and brown, right, and all over the world, when they were colonizing them, they called them savages. That was the first, and the second thing, they said that we're going to civilize them. Now, fast forward 200 years later. Now we're in, supposedly 21st century, right? It's supposed to be enlightened and all this nonsense, right? But now they're using the same talking points, but they changed the wording. So
who,
now,
col-
time they're,
who colonized somebody 200 years ago, sir?
I'm sorry, you said what?
Who, man, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just going to make the point. So now, what the West is doing in order to continue that colonial occupation, but this time in different terms. Now they're saying, oh, they're calling the people terrorists, and then the second talking points is like, oh, we're going to bring democracy to them. So notice there's the same the two talking points that they use now is always in the past as well. They call people savages, and they said they're going to civilize them. But
Who,
now,
who, who who call people savages? Americans or Europeans?
no, European colonialism, the colonial mindset. When they were coming into America, when they were going to Africa, when they were going to the Middle East, when they were going to Asia, those were the two talking points, right? They call the natives, they call the people they wanted to steal their land, their resources. They call them savages, and they said that we're going to civilize them.
Did
That's
the Europeans that went to United States, did they call the Americans as well savages?
No, the
Why?
Europeans, when they came to America, they say that to the Native Americans, right? The indigenous people here in America, right? They call them savages, and they say that we're going to
But the
civilize.
Native Americans did not own every land in America. It was some part that was occupied by whites as well.
What do you mean occupied by whites? Because the whites
The
didn't.
Native,
The whites, listen. Again, that's another talking point that you need to really be well aware of. The
look,
American project, if you look at it, is that they came here as nothing but refugees and immigrants themselves. The vast majority of Americans, the first people that came here were pilgrims. Who were they? What were they running from? They were running
bro,
from
you talk over 5 minutes. Let me just make a point. I'm gonna leave, right? I'm gonna focus more on Africa as well. I'm not into America. I'm an immigrant living in America. But when this brother came over and said, Kenya doesn't speak an English language, so he should go back. And when I say official, Cameroon speak official languages, and Kenya speak an official language, which is English. Even if they don't speak it, even if they teach it in school, but that's what Kenya is doing. They don't teach their Swahili in schools; they learn it at home. Now, if you come to America and say America are more Christians, which is not. You say maybe some state do, which is already a problem. If some state do, it means not everybody is. So if you guys want to focus in religions, which is not African religion, then that's a problem for you guys, because the way you guys are talking, it seems like Africa will never get things done, and right.
Oh,
It's just
come on.
when people want to talk about real things, people come here and start dividing. Oh, this and that, this and that. Please, we talk about real issues happening in Africa. Africa was already invaded by the Europeans during colonization. I don't know what happened in America. We have what happened in Africa
what
has
what did
passed
what
and
did the
gone.
Yeah, the same thing
Europeans
happened
say?
in America, but it happened much worse.
Yeah,
Right. all
Do
co-
you
all
realize
your
that America is a country of
all
immigrants
Southeast
now?
all Southeast Asia was colonized, but them don't even talk about the things that that they got colonized for. You go to Malaysia. Malaysia has transformed in how many years? Malaysia had independence with Ghana the same day or the same time, but Malaysia is way developed. And when you come here, people say, "Oh, my country speaks Swahili," but yet you still speak colonial languages. Your president was one of them that was put in a bus to go meet Queen Elizabeth, and people want to see and talk about. Come on, man, I'm done, please.
Also, I'm not
Okay,
Kenyan.
wait, one
Oh,
second, one second. Wait, I know That's Nice is gonna reply to that, but I wanted to say thanks to Nigerian Prince. Good morning in Nigeria. Yeah, That's Nice. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not Kenyan. I'm not saying that Kenya is developed. Kenya is corrupted, one of the most corrupted East African country. No one's denying that. What I'm denying, saying, oh yeah, the people, let's see, I use Cameroon example, right? There's a war between Cameroon, between French and English. One starts speaking English, the other starts speaking French. That's not happening in Kenya. People really do not speak English like that. The only place speak English, they're a little bit good, is Nairobi. Other places, they do not speak English. Most of the time, they don't know what you're talking
But
about.
you still don't know about Cameroon. Two countries came together. They are not fighting over languages. They are fighting over a system, a federal
I'm not
system.
saying I am
In
not
Kenya, Somalians are fighting over Kenyans. You have Abisha, people that look darker. Kikuyu are fighting over different tribes. Go ahead. Back in the days when there was elections going on in Kenya between Kibaki and Raila Odinga, people were fighting with different tribes. What makes it different? Why the same people fighting over different tribes than what is happening in Cameroon? You
I
cannot
am
say,
not
"Oh, this."
speaking about tribes. I'm using your argument that you use.
But if people are fighting over what you say languages, and then people are fighting over tribes in Kenya because this and that,
No,
it's all,
got
it
nothing-
makes it the same thing.
If they're fighting, it got nothing to do with language. Everyone understand each other. Nobody's fighting because of language. They got their own problems.
Cameroon is not fighting over languages. That is the thing that you don't know because you don't live in. They are fighting over a system. Two countries came together to form one federal state, and the two states was dissolved.
My argument is still the same. Then don't go around speaking English like Cameroon.
You say what?
They don't go out. They're not speaking English all like that. That's
What you mean?
Argument.
What you mean they don't speak English all like that in Cameroon? I don't understand.
No, not Cameroon. I'm not saying not Cameroon. I'm speaking about Kenya. They don't speak. Kenyans do not speak English like that.
What you mean they don't speak English in Kenya? I watch fake Kenyan TVs from Mombasa to Nairobi. Their news is English, even though they speak Swahili. In every country, you have in every country
different points.
In every country, you have a traditional language that is spoken. Come on, man.
My argument.
Different points.
No, my argument is the same. I'm using his argument because I was.
No, your argument doesn't make sense because I don't know what you're arguing about. Every country they have a tribal language that they speak.
Wait. You guys are arguing two complete different points that really don't need to be argued. You're not talking about the same thing.
So my entire argument, because he used Kenyan to speak English, right? That was my reason. That's not the only reason I came up here. But that's one of the reasons I came up there. He's trying to say Kenya, they speak colonial language. My argument was that's actually false because most Kenyans do not speak English. Only place you might find people speak English is Nairobi. Outside Nairobi, people do not speak English. That's my entire argument.
I know that to be a fact. That is true. That part is true.
That's not true because in Mombasa, people do. In all their schools, they still speak English. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
I've been to Mombasa.
He said they only speak English in Nairobi. That's what he's saying. He said they don't speak English in Mombasa. That doesn't make sense at all.
Reason why? I'll tell you the reason why.
Major cities. Let's just say
right.
major cities.
He said Nairobi only.
Okay, yes, Nairobi. Because Nairobi is a
major
business place. Nairobi, people go for business in Nairobi. So most people speak English there.
Mombasa, what language they teach in school in Mombasa? When they go to school, what do they teach them?
Swahili.
Yeah, Swahili, right?
No, they don't teach Swahili. Look, their educational system is based on English.
No, how do you know that though?
Because it's online. Their educational system is English. Somali is the only country in the Horn where their language is Somali.
in school, but not in Kenya.
First of all, have you been in Kenya? Have you talked to Kenyans on the street? Have you talked to regular Kenyans?
I'm gonna have to agree with the other guy, man, because like I'm in Uganda right now. God honestly, right now they have some major schools that speak quote unquote English, but as soon as you leave Kampala, everybody else speak their local languages. Right now, some people that quote unquote who are highly educated or necessarily will go to like Kampala to learn, they learn Ugandan and English legitimately. Right. When I was in Tanzania, they spoke basically Swahili necessarily, but in like the major city where you had like international people, they spoke English or whatever, like, right there for those places. But in the most of the that's what I'm saying. For most places necessarily, instead of the major trading centers of the goddamn country, the people speak their local languages. So that's a guaranteed fact. Now, what people are most likely always fighting over is power in the system. And it's not even necessarily that. It just means the people in the government are rallying the people up necessarily on the ground to fight for their needs so they can have power. That's realistically what you're fighting over. That's really what you're fighting over.
Ooh, I already knew that because I know that they have like Swahili as an official language, whereas other countries that shall not be named right now only have French or English, and that's it.
Listen, I'm gonna say this. Most East African countries, they speak. I'll use the Great Lake countries, right? The language that they speak majority time is the tribal language of Swahili. Yes, people do speak English, but it's not a language that everybody speaks. Most people do not know English.
Exactly, I can tell that.
I'll be person you walking down the street, they don't know English. They might try to speak English, but you won't understand them. Basically, they're English.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
That's what I'm talking about. Now, am I saying that there's no tribalism? That was not my argument. I'm not saying. I get Kenyans, they have their own tribal issues. All over East Africa, majority have their own tribal issues. That's the whole that wasn't my argument. Also, when it comes to religion, honestly, I don't care what African worship. As long as they fix their countries, I don't care. Listen, I don't care what Nigerian problem, what's going on in Nigeria, it's not going on in another part of Africa. If you go to Tanzania, literally 50% of people in Tanzania are Christian, 40% are Muslim. There's no beef between them. Literally, sometimes they intermarry each other, even though that's against Allah, but it happens. Most of the time, you find a Christian girl who looks like a Muslim girl. I mean, not look, but dress like a Muslim girl. It happens all the time. So that region, there's no issue with religion. What's going on in Nigeria, that's their own problem. That's not what's going on in every part of Africa.
Did anyone want to reply to that? Who's not East Zulu? Did anyone who's not East Zulu want to reply to that?
Lee Zulu? What the fuck is that?
Last Zulu, sorry. Does anyone who's not Last Zulu want to reply to that? Okay, Last Zulu. Go ahead.
Okay. Like I said, I totally agree. Like I don't really care what people what people worship. Like God honestly don't really matter to me. But the reality, how I look at it like this: if you need to reject the thing to work for you. If you're gonna have it there, it needs to work for you. That's basically like having a goddamn a woman in your house, but she don't cook or clean, she don't do nothing in the house. She just eat enough food in the house. It's like having a man in the house just to say that he don't do no work. He just want to sit around and play video games all goddamn day, or whatever. But he don't want to do nothing in the house. You have to do something. If the religion is going to be there, like I don't really care. But if the religion is going to be there, it has to be reworked to benefit Africans. And that's when I said that's what the issue is when people what most people have. They don't want to change the religion, quote unquote, to benefit them. When I went to church yesterday, not yesterday, but it was like Sunday, I saw a whole bunch of goddamn African people. One dude, a pastor sitting up in front. They had a giant little mirror of a white man necessarily looking all ethereal and angelic, and had a whole bunch of African people bowing down to it. And I'm sitting there like, that is not the mental image you need to be having for your people, or at all, because that is slavery of the mind necessarily, and that's how I look at it. So I don't really care what religion y'all pick up, or if you adopt the religion, or you rechange the religion, but it has to be changed to benefit you. If it don't benefit you, you need to drop it. That's the grand scheme of it right there.
Right, right. And that's nice. You weren't here in the beginning, but the civil wars, insurgencies, even religious wars? Like how do you feel about that going on in Africa? There are some countries that are really unstable, and that's not even an understatement.
Yeah, I'm against it. I'm not saying here that I'm pro. If a religion is bringing problems, then someone got to do something about it. Technically, because I'm against just because your beliefs is this, you don't push on someone else.
Yeah, but okay. So forget the religion part. How do you feel about the stability in general?
Oh, I don't feel good about it at all. Being African is hard. Because you want Africa to improve, you want Africa to do better, but it seems like Africans, they can't fix their own problem, even though they can fix the problem if they just try to fix the problem. They try to work it with each other. It can be done, but Africans are too selfish, honestly. They're more focused on things that are not really that important, like tribe. Who cares what tribe? Who cares what tribe the person is? The point is, let's speak the country first before we worry about everything else. That's the most important thing. But the people are worried about, oh, my tribe is this, my tribe is that. Then you were never going to be able to fix a country.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I know it's not a conventional idea and it's probably not going to be possible, but some countries have to split up, in my opinion. There are too many tribes for there to be ever unity. And as for the religion aspect of it, I think I agree more with think before you type. There can be just a way to direct religion properly.
I agree with that.
Maybe there can be laws against actually murdering somebody because they offended your religion. Because most likely people don't mean to do that. So I don't know why someone has to be murdered because they're not wearing a hijab or just all these small things. I don't really see the point in it.
This is the thing I have issue where you make the religion run the country. That's the problem. Religion should never able to. I get it. It's a Muslim country. That's cool, but it shouldn't be the country that runs. The religion runs the country. Now, the whole entire rules is based on the religion. It's no longer based on the human rights. Basically, it's not based on people's rights.
I just don't understand why some Africans can't just say they're part of a religion but not be religious. I'll speak on behalf of myself, right? I'm not, I guess I'm not religious. I mean, the last time I went to church was, I think 2021, sometime around 2021. And it's like, I don't care. I mean, if I decide to start praying again, it's cool, but it's not part of my identity. So I don't understand why more people can't just be a religious. Like you can say that you believe in a religion, but it's like if no one else wants to participate with you, it doesn't matter. I don't know why people don't think like that, but
I respond to that.
It's social thing. It's social. That's why, like, when you like okay, like what is it? My auntie is very religious, and she literally tells me, "Oh, we have a family event that's at the church, so you got to go." So when you started putting in like social things, that's how you codify religion necessarily, right? Like when you make it the imam necessarily said we got to be here at this time, so the entire family is going to come. you're coming, your grandson's kind of come, your mom is coming, your auntie is coming, the little cousin is coming. So now necessarily now you have to conform yourself to necessarily because you want it, because of the reality, everybody still wants to have their family. Everybody still wants to be part of a unit. These are basic human things that even if you took religion apart out of the, you still going to cling to your family. You still want to be part of a social group and whatnot. And that's what I'm saying. That when religion necessarily becomes codified in culture, that's what I'm saying. Religion is different from culture, but when religion gets codified in the culture, it's so much harder to get rid of it or to even change it, because now is, oh, we do this because, you know, since my great auntie so and so did this, or my great grandpa did this, so that's why we go out here every day and do that. You know, that's what I'm saying. That when it gets codified into the culture, it's a lot harder to remove. That's what I've been saying earlier.
Yeah, that's true. My mom was telling me, "Oh, right now you don't care, but when you have children, you're gonna be more religious." She might be right about that. I mean, I probably will find God again. But think
Can I say
before
one
you
thing?
type. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. All right, so I just have like a couple of things, you know, and I really hope that people tend to, understand the point I'm trying to make is that a lot of times when people are talking about negatively about religion, they're talking about their own personal experiences. You know, they're not talking about like they're only focused on anecdotal evidence, right? So based on your personal experience, but in reality, for me, the way I'm a Muslim, right? I'm even here defending Christianity, Judaism, the basic tenets of the core values of what religion is, right? So, a couple of things that are factual. One is that the belief in the creator is actually hardwired in the human psyche. It's been proven scientifically, research. They've done studies where they took kids here from European countries who were raised by non-religious parents, and they were asking them questions, and they actually were shocked to find out that these kids, when they were asked for like certain questions about how did this happen, all this stuff, they all automatically, without intuitively, they all say like, "Oh, something created, like God created it," right? And the scientists were shocked, and they got to the point where the professor Barrett, where he said that if you take a bunch of kids and you throw them in an island, he's like, sooner or later they end up believing in religion. So again, the emphasize to tell you like the belief in a God is a hardwire in the human being. It's not an indoctrination. It's actually a hardwire in the human psyche. This is why if you will never find out, you will never ever see a human historical civilization that didn't believe in the concept of God, right? You will never see that. Go look at any type in like was there ever an atheistic civilization? You will never see that. You will always come across every civilization of human history believed in a higher power. That's just a fact. Sometimes the problem was they would reduce it.
Think before you type. Think before you type. You know what's hilarious?
What?
Last year when I was sick, I started to pray. I was like, "Oh my." I was like, "God, please help me." I was like, "Wait."
I was
I was so shocked and crazy. I was like, "God, please help me." Then I went to the Bible and started to pray. And I was like, wow. I
Listen,
guess
I
I
think
believe in
And
it,
just
but not
to
really. I'm just
yeah
not practicing. But I guess, if something really traumatic happened to me, I'm pretty sure I would pray.
yeah, I
Like,
mean, I
I'll give
God,
you an
guarantee you.
example.
And the last Zulu early when I was making the point for him is that I promise you guys, I swear to God, there's a saying even in the military combat, right, where they say like
I
this.
know I was part of the military. I know that one, bro. That's why I started laughing when you said it, bro.
Exactly,
You
yeah.
said ain't no atheists in a foxhole. So,
There's no
so
atheist in the foxhole.
trust me, I know, bro. What all I say is that I understand. I understand people's basic need for like quote unquote a sky daddy because the world gets too tough and you be like, I don't know. I throw my hands up. Can somebody else please basically understand it?
No,
For
but
me,
that's
like I
not
said,
that's
I'm
that's
different.
that's your view, right, bro? Notice how that's your that's how you viewing it. But in reality, that like you're always gonna need God. That's what I mean. And the whole concept I'm trying to say is that if you look at the concept of morality, it comes from religion, right? Good and bad. Because if you didn't have the good versus evil, right? I guarantee you were more likely to do all kind of horrible shit and not feel anything bad about, right? So right now, if somebody was an atheist, I wouldn't trust them with my life. I wouldn't trust them what kind of a moral code would he had, because the entire concept of moral code comes from good versus evil, right? So if a person is an atheist and they don't believe in there's a consequences of their actions, right? Not just in this life, but in the hereafter, that means like they can do anything. They can pollute the waters, they can kill a bunch of people and all this stuff, and then they would assume that, oh, you know what? Hey, I'm not going to pay anything for it. So the point I'm trying to make, bro, is that when it comes to the morality, that concept comes from the religious aspect of human psyche. The concept of believing God comes from the human, it's hardwired into the human brain, and also the way you deal with human beings, the way you deal with each other. God says it for me in the Quran. It's like, in the verse, like, I can't think of it in my head, but it says like, we created you male and female and turned you into nations and tribes so you may know one another. You know what I mean? So that's what the Quran says. But guess what? Now, not some of these, like, how many people know that? And I guarantee you, even the people who are criticizing my faith in a lot of ways, they don't know that, what God says, right? So they assume that, oh, God probably wants people to fight. Oh, that's not the case. Is that this world is simple? It's a test. We're going to be tested with our wealth. We're going to be tested with our health. We're going to be tested with power, with less power, ups and downs throughout your life. You're going to have a higher moments, and you're going to have lower moments, but all those times you will be judged based on how you view, like, what I'm saying, like, if you're grateful when something good happens to you, and if you're also grateful if something bad happens to you, right? And the last point I want to make, bro, is that I don't want to lose my train of thought, but when it comes down to oh man, I just had it in my head right now. But when it just comes down to like overall like religion in itself, or like the belief in God, it's, you will always find it to be like very simple. It takes care of your, it builds the family structure. You know what I mean? It builds the unity. It builds all the stuff. I personally have friends who I work with. They're white. They're different backgrounds, and I've noticed the ones who talk about how much they feel depressed and all this stuff. When we talk about, real conversations, that most likely they don't have faith in God. And I've noticed that people who tend to be depressed, you know what I mean? They don't have faith in God. You know what I mean? They have lack of faith, honestly, because they're not content with their life. So in the West, you have like people saying like, oh, America is the richest country in the world. Europe is the richest continent in the world. But how many people have you seen right now who are absolutely depressed? They have all the money in the world. They have all the cars. They have everything, women and all the stuff, right? And they're all depressed. You turn on the TV, and then you see these people right now, like, you know what I mean? The commercial will come on, be like, are you depressed? Do you need Zoloft? And I'm looking at it like, what the hell is this? Like, there's people in Africa that's probably living 10 or 100 times much worse, but they're actually content with their life. But then here you have in the West, where you have people all over, people that have so much wealth and, all this stuff, and they're absolutely unhappy. Why is that the case? Is because they have lack of faith, honesty. And the reason why depression, look at anybody who's depressed. I guarantee you they tend to suffer from, they don't have lack of faith. They're not close to the creator. And that's the only way you can ever be content with your life. I'm sorry,
No,
I
no,
don't.
no. Come on, come on, come
Yeah, I
on, man.
mean,
Come on.
like, I agree with you because, like, what I notice is religious people, I make fun of super religious fanatics, but at the end of the day, in every religion, you're supposed to thank God for, being alive, and thank God for providing anything for you. So Christians and Muslims are always thanking God for something. That's a really good outlook to have.
I see. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I really don't know why we're. But are you from Somalia?
Is it?
Does
You
it
asking me the
matter?
question?
Does it
No,
matter
I
where
just
he's
want to
from?
ask a question. I'm talking. Can I please talk? Are you from Somalia?
You're asking me, right? Yeah, I'm from Somalia, bro.
Right. This is the thing, right? When it comes to defending religion in Africa, it just seems like Muslims really like defending, religion. I mean, it's something that they cannot let go, because even the Muslim religion. I was talking to a Muslim friend of mine. He was telling me how that religion is so divisive. Like, there's a whole lot of discrimination, especially when we go across the African countries. From Mauritania, we see how even the Muslim religion is discriminating against people that look more darker than if you don't look white or if you don't look Arabic. They say you cannot even enter the kingdom of heaven. in Quran. And
Wait,
now when you
Kingdom
go
of
to
Heaven. What
Mauritania,
are you
you see
talking
how
about?
What verse is that?
Yeah,
I'm
Kingdom of
telling you,
Heaven.
that's what my Muslim friend
You're
told
not
me,
talking
and
to a Muslim
he
guy, man. We don't
he
use the term Kingdom of Heaven,
but
bro. I don't know who you're
okay,
talking to.
okay, but but my
This is
Muslim
talking
friend
about
is from
Kingdom of Heaven. All
my
right, bro.
Muslim
Now you're just making up stories, bro.
No,
At
I'm
least
not making
speak
it
to
up
the
because
concept of.
I mean, okay. Let me tell you the Muslim guy is from Gambia. He told me everything in the Quran, and I have friends in Mauritania that look more darker than people in Somalia. But the lighter skinned people in Mauritania enslave them because they consider them as slaves because they are more darker. And this is if you go on YouTube, type black people or
Wait,
darker skinned
hold
people
on.
in
So
Mauritania.
your
But
entire
but
basis, of what Islam is and all this stuff is based on from a guy you know in Gambia
No, I'm
and
not giving you. I'm giving you.
incidents that
I've
happened
left
in
Gambia. I'm
Mauritania.
telling you now about Mauritania. Go on YouTube. There's a guy that does video, and he's from Mauritania. He's a Muslim as well, but he's
But
darker.
again, but see,
He
notice
tells
notice
you
how
how
you're
he
getting your
tells you how the.
information.
Let me finish, boy. You speak for almost 10 minutes, 5 minutes. You speak longer, and
Go
nobody cut
ahead,
you
man.
short.
But you gotta make sense,
See,
bro.
see. Let me tell you, most Muslim people come on this forum and try to defend Muslim, and they don't want to let it go. But the same Muslim religion, you cannot even speak Muslim. You cannot even read the Quran in your own local language. This guy was cursed out in Guinea because he tried to translate the Quran into their own local language. But they say no, he cannot do it. He only has to read the Quran in Arabic, which doesn't make sense at all. So this is the thing. I just don't know, man. There are certain things that Africa really think is a trophy. They cannot let go. They believe in it, and this is always gonna cut confusion in the whole continent because there are some people that want to be Arabic, and there are some people who don't want to be Arabic. There are some people who believe that God is like this. There are some people who don't believe that God is like this. So with all this division, you think you guys can really settle down and talk about Africa? No, because tribalism is the same like religious differences. You cannot be talking about tribalism while you are talking about religious differences. And you guys know Christian and religious and Muslim never gonna work together. I heard somebody was saying, "Oh, in Kenya you have Muslim people married." Yeah, it does in some
I
countries,
said
but in
Tanzania.
some countries it's just a curse. In some
I said
countries, most
Tanzania.
countries, right? This is the thing. I'm African. I'm from Cameroon as well. People say I'm negative, but this is the thing. Africa, look, Africa Millennium, let me tell you, this is my opinion. I'm fighting over Africa to even separate because I'm not a Pan-Africanist, right? I've seen a lot of countries marginalizing other smaller countries, other smaller people in those countries. Even in Somalia, where this guy is from, there are people that they call Bantus. These people are not, they say they treat them different than people that look lighter in Somaliland and stuff like that. And this is my opinion. I wish Africans can really separate into smaller groups because tribalism is always gonna be. So for you to have your special independence, you have to separate from these countries. And this is why I wish Cameroon can separate. I wish other
Sorry.
countries like Ethiopia, because there's a tribe in Ethiopia called Gambela. These people are more darker than the Habesha. But if you go to Ethiopia, nobody talks about them. The people that Ethiopia show on TV are people that look more lighter than the darker skinned people. And
So
this is
wait,
this is marginalization. And I'm fighting for people that have been marginalized in all African
Oh,
countries to
God.
separate and fight for their own independence. And that's just what it is. So they can have their own culture and religion. That's just what it is. Africa can never unite with all this mentality of religion, this and that. It just doesn't work.
all right. African man, can I respond to it? I'm
Thanks
just
for
gonna say,
Wonderlace for the donation. Yes, go ahead, please.
all right. Yeah. All right. Yo, all right, it's kind of hilarious, but anyways, all right, let me put a couple of points into it. So far, in all honesty, your whole entire response was nothing but emotional. You know what I mean? It's like you're suffering from psychological or emotional damage because of what you probably seen or you experienced. So your personal experience does not negate the fact that what the historical facts of what religion or the concept of faith is, right? So right now you've been jumping all over the place in terms of what you have an issue with, but the only evidence you brought forth is some guy you know in Ghana and some videos you probably watched, and then you try to mix all that up with tribalism that was happening. Let me tell you something, man. If you get rid of religion, tribalism identity is always going to be there. And in fact, one of the things that keeps people of Islamic faith in check, right, our faith in check to become even more tribalist and all the things things you're talking about is our faith. Because in Islam, it tells all human beings like, hey, we created you from a male and female and turned you into nations and tribes so you may know one another. That's in the verse. You don't know that, but therefore you try to blame people who mispractice, who don't practice their religion or who misuses their religion, and you try to paint it as a religion. What you're going to do in return, I guarantee you, is that if you get rid of Islam, the concept of it is that you're going to have much worse outcomes. Because you have to understand, culture that existed before Islam were also very heavily into being biased. The ancient Egyptians had it, the Horn of Africans had it. Throughout Africa, the concept of who was better. Look at the Book of the Dead in ancient Egypt. They had the 4 races, right? So you had the Egyptians, the Nubians, the Assyrians, the Libyans, and the Egyptians they divided themselves from the rest, and they would enslave others. And this was like before the revelation, right, or of the Quran. But what I'm telling you is that if you get rid of religion, you're gonna have much worse outcome than what you're complaining about. Now, again, because the evidence you didn't bring up any evidence.
Before religion, we had our own tribal religion,
point,
and
right?
we didn't have no problems at all. We never
What do you
had
mean
no
you
problems.
didn't have no problem? So there
we
wasn't.
never had no problems till these religions came in. Come on, man, what are you talking about?
Hold on. Okay, so
again, Somalia never had a
what
religion.
problems are you talking about?
So there's no problems before religion. Like Africa has always been spiritual.
But that's what I'm saying. We never had a problem. We had our own religion that we were practicing, not the Islamic religion,
you're just
not the
lying
Christian
to yourself.
religion.
Again,
That's what I'm saying.
Bro, listen, you're lying to yourself because you yourself doesn't even, matter of fact, even your name, you call yourself Judah Empire, which is an oxymoron name to have. You're against religion, but you're naming yourself after the Judah Empire, right?
No, that's what you assume because Judah is the name of my tribe. Stop assuming.
Okay, so tribe as in what? Like the Jews, like the Israelites or whatnot?
I'm a Bantu, bro. I'm a Bantu.
No, so why do you have a Judah, like Israelites or whatnot?
It's not Judah, it's Judah. It's a
Judah.
Bantu tribe. It's a Bantu name. It's a Bantu name. Come on,
all right,
man.
so it's a Bantu name, right? Okay,
don't try to link it to whatever you think.
No, because there's a lot of people like yourself trying to claim.
No, I'm a Cameroonian. I'm a Bantu. But what I'm telling you is when the colonial languages or colonial religions came in Africa, we had our own religion.
Okay, let's get this point across, right? Let's get this point across. You saying that if you get rid of all religion, right, in Africa, there not going to be no problems.
There's not going to be no problem because we have our own religions that we.
This is why you're lying to yourself. You know why? Okay, I'll explain to you why. And I really do hope, man, you tend to you research what.
No, because you really don't know what
I'm going to explain to you why. I'm going to explain to you why. Because whether you get rid of religion or not, what people fight over in a lot of times is about resources. They fight over economic resources. They fight over political resources,
and they fight over religious problems.
But again, I just told you right now, if you get rid of religion, you're still gonna have wars.
No.
The natural resources, people are gonna fight over it. What do you think, man? I mean, right now, are you really this naive that you're gonna assume?
No, I'm not naive, but let me tell you.
I'm trying to tell you how the reality of the world works. So even when you look at right now, the problem you're trying to see is always about the economic resources. The reason why you see issues in the Middle East is because the West wants the resources in our regions, right? The reason if you say like, oh, you know what, let's just get rid of the religion, all this stuff, right? Because you've been brainwashed to say that. So let's just say
I'm not brainwashed. You're the one that brainwashed in Muslim religion. I'm not brainwashed. I'm instead taking out the religion. Let's just say
you get rid of the religion. So let's just say you get bro. Listen. Let's just say you get rid of the religion. Now you have certain tribes in certain areas where one tribe has more control of economic resources and other tribes might not have economic resources.
But this is what I'm telling you. I am a tribalist, so I want tribes to separate. You keep talking. Let me also make a point. What I'm saying is, look. I don't know if Somalia had a religion or a tribe or not, but when you came to Africa, when these religions came in Africa, we had our own religion. and you have tribes that practice the same religion. Some tribes in Benin, they practice voodoo, and these religions are still going on till today. In Haiti, they have this religion voodoo, and they still do it, and these religions are successful. So when you say take
Wait.
our
You say
religion,
this religion
it's
is
gonna cause
successful?
problem. I'm like, what are you talking about? Because you
Yo,
have
did
no
you just
clue.
say this voodoo practices? Have you seen what Uganda, certain people in Uganda, what they practice in voodoo? They kill, what do you call? They cannibalize albinos in Uganda.
But Muslim is also killing
No,
people
no, hold
in
on, hold on. But see,
Mauritania.
but
People are
notice,
enslaved. That's
again,
what I'm telling you.
notice how you're a hypocrite, man. Because
I'm
now
not a
you're trying to
hypocrite. I'm telling
advocate.
you that your
Let me
Muslim
finish the
religion
point, because
is instead causing more problems than good in Africa.
you're
And that's what you
literally
don't want to
just said
believe it.
right now that the so-called voodoo practicing type of religion in Africa, right? Who are literally right now in certain parts of Africa where they're
And
cannibalizing
those are
certain
African beliefs
individuals.
because you really
You're
don't know
saying
what the
that they're
culture of
great,
that.
right?
Or
That's
you
what you're
look,
saying.
look,
Because
bro.
you're saying like we put it in Islam, things like that. We don't believe in that concept.
Are
Even
you
before
kidding
us,
me? An eye for an
we
eye, a
didn't
tooth
believe
for a
in that.
tooth, where people are being killed in Muslim. You say you guys don't believe in it? Come on,
You
man.
just said
What are you
you hold
talking
on,
about?
listen,
Have you
man.
seen
You're
what is
trying to
happening in
use
Mauritania?
whataboutism. That's not gonna save you from the argument you're trying to make, because you cannot use whataboutism because you're trying to attack Islam and religion and like let's just say the core values of it, right? But at the end of the day, the ones that you promote are absolutely horrendous. There's a reason
Because
why the
they are
vast
African
majority of
religion.
Africans. I'm not
Muslim is
even
not
going back
African
to it.
religion. I promote anything African. If it's not African, then I don't
So even
promote
the
it.
ones that are cannibalizing other
Bro,
people,
it's
albinos. So
African religion. I
you would
promote it
promote.
because
Hold
it's
on. Put the record straight, right? Speak with your chest, right? Put the record straight and say that right now you would promote religions in Africa, the voodoo one, whatever it is you want to call it, especially the ones that are cannibalizing albino children who are they sacrificing for whatever belief they have. You would promote that over Islam or over anything
right.
else.
Because
Okay,
that was
so
part of
hold
the
on. So
culture.
that's you
I
just
would
made.
do it.
This is why honestly, this is why your entire argument is mute. It's
No, it's
done.
not
It's
mute
done.
because I'm promoting anything African. Past religions. That's
Even
what
if
we
it's the
promote. We
worst ones,
promote our African
even if it's a
religion.
terrible one, even if the concept of murdering a
Bro,
freaking child.
no religion has ever been it. No African religion
No,
has
this
ever
but
been
the voodoo
terrible.
ones you're talking
The
about
European
literally
made you
go out
believe.
of their way. They
Let me
listen. They
come
go to
on,
the
man.
albinos. They hunt albinos, man. What are
Let
you
me
talking?
talk. Once you talk, let people talk. The European makes you believe that African religion is crazy. That's
No, I
the
didn't say that.
that's what
I
I'm
said
telling
the
you.
ones you said the voodoo one right now, where they're
But
actually
voodoo
literally
religion
hunting.
is African religion, and
No.
I
Stop
like it when
hiding
people
behind
believe
all
in
the
it.
African religion. Listen, I'm telling you right now, the voodoo ones where they are literally cannibalizing albino kids. Those ones, and you're
Bro,
saying
that's
that
an
you would promote
understatement.
that.
That's an understatement because I've not seen where people are being killed right
Okay,
now in a
So
voodoo
hold on. So
religion.
you will prove,
I've
right?
not seen that.
Okay, so you will prove, right?
I won't prove because I've not
Okay,
seen what happened in
African
Uganda.
Millennium, do me a favor. I'll send you the link right now because this dude has
But
no
go ahead.
idea.
Even in Muslim religion, that let's say
Don't
you
use
see and let
whataboutism.
people
Don't try
talk.
to backpedal,
Bro,
man.
let
Listen,
people
dude.
talk. I mean,
Don't
most
try.
of the time, you Somalians always want to claim that
You're
you
trying to
guys
backpedal because you got
versed with
exposed these
African
Islam
people.
religion.
millennia, shake the
But
back share.
but this is the thing, right? Let people talk. This is the thing. African religion. I want to promote it no matter what the killing say. I don't care because those are African religion. In Cameroon, they don't kill albinos. And
You
every
would kill your
African
own people.
religion has their own what they believe in. It doesn't cut across all the continent. What people believe in is African religion. Islam has never been an African religion. So
It
you
was
guys
an
can keep
African
it in
religion. You just
Somalia.
don't know about it. That's the
No,
problem with
it's
you. You
not.
know
It was
what?
brought to you by your own Arabic people. That's why no
That's
language.
again.
That's why you have to
That's
let.
the
Man,
again.
can
That's
I
the
speak?
false you
Once you
have.
speak, let people talk. Most
Because
of the time, you
you're
guys.
making a false statement. If you want me to
No,
correct
man.
it,
Look. This is the thing. When people want to get
I'll
it
show
to
you
you
why
guys,
you cannibals love to eat
bro,
little kids,
bro,
man.
bro, bro. You talk a lot. You talk so much information and want people believe. But this is the thing. When people
No,
get
I'll
into
prove
you
it to you
guys'
right
head,
now.
you
Keep
guys want to
talking.
keep talking. This is
You're
the
too
thing.
emotional, man. Go
Bro,
ahead.
I'm not emotional.
Yeah, man.
When Arab, you guys cannot even read the Quran in your own language. You have to read it
Listen,
in Arabic. That just doesn't make sense at all.
again, you're over here whining and crying because nobody is following your voodoo cult, whatever it is you want to call it. In all honesty, where you're hunting and cannibalizing young albino kids in Uganda and other parts of Africa, nobody wants to follow that.
I'm
Are you
glad
kidding
more
me?
Africans wants to follow that.
So you believe that Muslim religion should take over Africa?
Again,
That's
don't
what
use
you believe in?
whataboutism. You yourself right now, we're talking about how Islam is terrible. Islam is
Of
this.
course. Do you
Muslims
know
are
the
this.
killings that
Hold
is
on, hold on. Let
happening
me
in
finish now.
Nigeria,
Let me
in
finish now. I'll
Mauritania,
make
and
a
all
point
these
for you,
countries?
right?
Even your
You saying
Somalia
like, oh,
is
Muslims
one
are
of the
doing
most
this to
messed up
us.
country in Africa. What are you talking about?
No, but you just said it yourself right now. You saying that, oh, Muslims are doing this to us. Islam has not brought anything, or or this and that, right? But in the same breath, you want to promote a freaking voodoo occultist
Bro,
religion,
it's
African
funny how
religion.
you
Are you
come here as
saying
an
it where
African
you
and
killing your
disrespect
own
African.
people? You sacrificing your own people for what?
Bro, it's funny how you come
Bro,
out here
so
as an
you rather kill
African and
your own
disrespect.
people all night.
Bro, can I talk? It's funny how you come out here and disrespect African religion just in the sense of because you're a Muslim.
You said
And
it
this is,
yourself.
can I finish? And this is the thing that is making Africa to go backward because a Somalia, we align more with an Arab person than align more with a darker person in Africa. This is the thing because of
Bro,
religion.
you suffer from
Most people that
inferiority
practice
complex, man.
Muslim
Damn.
align more to Arabic thought than align more with African culture. And it just doesn't make sense. You want to believe in your Islam religion, go ahead and believe it. But most
Again,
Africans believe in their African religion. And even till today, African religion is still practiced in Cameroon. Most people don't even go
I
to
just
church.
send you the link,
Even though they
African
go,
Million.
can I, man, when you talk, let people talk.
No, I'm just
This is
talking to African Million. I send her the link so you can see what kind of people, what kind of religion you want to promote in Africa, right? That's the type of shit. And at the same time, again, you're over here talking about skin complexion and all this stuff. Anybody who
These are
believes in God,
individuals.
anybody who believes in God and all this stuff doesn't believe that. But somehow I can tell, bro, listen, I understand, man. You really tend to suffer from severe inferiority complex. Nobody over here brought up anything about skin complexion.
Bro,
Or
you guys are the ones
all
suffering
this
from
stuff.
inferiority
You
complex
do
in
it, man.
Somalia. This is the thing. Your people are being discriminated by the Arabs, and you don't believe it.
What do you mean? The Arab? That's the problem with you. You're always obsessed with Arabs, bro. Again, you say Arabs more than I do, and I'm not even on
But
that.
those are the people you believe in.
No, the religion always listen. The Arabs hated Islam to begin with. You don't know that. Again, you don't even know that. One of the worst people
They
that
hated
hated
Islam, but you are believing in their Quran. They wrote the
because
Quran and they
Islam,
hated
again,
Islam.
what you
But
don't
you
understand is
believe
that
in the
Islam always existed since the creation of since the creation of time, space, and matter, right? The universe. So that concept existed. The first Muslim was the Prophet Adam, right? The first human being. You don't know that because you don't know about anything about Islam. All you know is how
bro. I
to
don't want to, man. Let
But
people talk,
that's the
man.
problem. You want to
Just
stay
calm down,
ignorant.
bro.
Yeah, you want to stay ignorant. I know you're too emotional, man. But
I'm
anyways,
not emotional, bro,
here's the
because your
religion you want
people
to
did
promote.
dirty to the Bantu people. Your people, your
Again,
Muslim
see, but that,
people,
again, you
Islam did dirty. They enslaved
tend
the
to suffer
Bantus,
from
and
inferiority
that's what your
complex, man.
religion want people to believe. You guys
Again,
enslaved the
that's the
Bantus.
inferiority complex you have
It's
right
not
now, bro.
inferiority complex.
No, you do, man. Because you know
Why should
why?
I be
Because you
inferior?
saying like Bantu people. I'm sorry if you're Bantu and you suffered, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Go cry to the white man as well. But you're not gonna cry to me over 24/7. Again, if you rather sacrifice your own kids who are Bantu or albinos in your own concept of religion in Africa, where you want to promote it, where you want to do more harm to your own people, while at the same time complain other people doing harm to you. Like, what kind of idiotic logic is that? You know what I
Bro, go
mean?
ahead and
Because
talk, man. You can talk the whole day. Go ahead and keep preaching.
no, because at the end of the day, you didn't brought no facts. All you did was emotional outbursts. You know,
I didn't bring facts, but what are you arguing on if I didn't bring facts? The
I'm
fact
bringing
that
you
you're
facts right
arguing
now.
on is what I
Here's
brought.
your African belief.
Wait 1 second. So we're gonna play the video and get back to this. 1 second.
So when you
To
play
eat
this video,
fellow
can I also send
individuals
you a
as
video to
food.
play about
It's a
Muslim?
mysterious, feared, and less spoken about culture. Our Masaka-based correspondent Godfrey Badebie, alongside a colleague, Magembe Farish, took some time off and put this in perspective.
Musamiro Lugemwa is a resident of Buyamba Town Council in Rakai District. This village was in the limelight 20 years ago. His father, Baker Lugemwa, was murdered and allegedly roasted. The memories are still fresh to him.
Every time I get to this place, I remember those people.
His father's story is familiar to most people in the neighborhood. Being a child by then, he recollects some of the gruesome scenes he encountered.
My father's remains were found near some homes, hidden in a shrub, And his body had been roasted and some parts were eaten and cut off.
The fear is spread all over the district, and it forces people indoors at sunset.
I fear walking in the night, and when it rains, I can never seek shelter. And I have told my children never to also. I fear the entire Rakai.
A few miles away is Kayonza village. It is feared widely due to suspicions of having man-eaters and cannibals. Geoffrey has grown up here, and as a child he knows what it means to speak about a cannibal. He has accepted to speak to us. His tone of expression tells it all.
That house and the other, I won't be scared. It is the other one. They do it. And the other in the corner.
He fears for his life. The reason, he could be on someone's menu tonight.
I'm in panic. Even tonight I can be roasted. I might not survive tonight. They will strangle me.
Cannibalism is the act of consuming another individual of the same species as food. Human cannibalism is well documented, both in ancient and recent times. Rakai Magistrates Court interfaces with cases of cannibalism from time to time, and even His Lordship, the Magistrate, lives in fear.
Man-eating, it scares everybody. It's something that is not normal. When they say someone is eating another human being, it scares. First of all, it scares people who come to work here. It scares investment to this area. Rakai was given a district status in 1971. When you look at this town, it is a ghost of its own.
In a space of 1 year, Magistrate Chitio has handled close to 20 cannibalism-related cases. It's a sector that he is fronting in his line of work.
In a place called Bari village, where a young child was eaten by the parents. That lady was brought here. We've remanded her to Masaka. And such several other cases. You will realize that there are hotspots where some of these cases are reported. In most cases, they come up as aggravated trafficking in persons and murder. Sometimes they kill, they bury, then they re-exhume for purposes of eating.
There is no specific law against cannibalism. Section 188 of the Penal Code Act states that any person who, with malice aforethought, causes the death of another person by unlawful act or omission, commits murder and shall, on conviction, be sentenced to death. However, different laws have been enacted that indirectly make it impossible to consume body matter, and this can lead to criminal or civil actions based on the laws governing.
If people don't come and make police statements, that means that prosecution will find it very difficult to prove a case beyond any reasonable doubt. And you know, the capital cases, proving a case is watertight.
The history of cannibalism in Rakai dates back to ancient times.
It's done by people who are coming from Tanzania, people who came here some time back. There are few indigenous people, regional people, who have been introduced into this habit. But those who were earlier reported were from Tanzania.
And years later, leaders in this area think it is a smear tactic.
Even our people are scared of those people. They cannot allow them. And once you are proved that you have such and such a habit, you have to move away. Coach itself, for us, we are not cannibals.
Cannibalism over the years has been attached to the Kochi chiefdom in southwestern Uganda, but cultural leadership here is taking all necessary efforts to avert this.
We are leaders. Whenever we sit with our people, we caution them. We tell those people that please, if such and such a habit is developing, fight these people in case they are there.
Traditional African healing is something that has been in existence for centuries, and they are believed to play a vital role in the sphere of people's lives. In Rakai, there is a strong belief in witchcraft among the locals, which involves sorcery and magic.
Those people, the Nitroners, that each people are not in our culture and in tradition, it's just like being a thief, and they are possessed, and we detest such people.
It is much detested in another village. Here, it is the funeral rituals that they are holding on to as they send off a beloved one.
We are going to bury here like traditional healer, and so those who practice night running, there. People are buried and you start practicing witchcraft. But if you are caught, don't complain to us. We are going to bury her with all the powers.
The belief here is how spirits can combat the powers of man-eaters. This preacher is empathetic.
We don't expect them to take his remains because of our powers. We are so powerful.
Night running is a culture that most people in Africa have grown up with. But as time goes by, it seems diminishing, and probably there is more need for modern rehabilitation to those still trapped in this culture.
I like words. Why? Why would you eat your fellow human?
See that? Why would you eat your fellow human beings? You're more dangerous to Africans by promoting African spirituality. What the hell is wrong with you, man? You know, this doesn't make no sense at all. Like, this is the things that you want to promote, like within the African, all this. Like, this is straight up evil. The things you complain about, you're doing it worse things to your own people by promoting it, by saying, like, oh, this is the African spirituality or the African voodoo crap that you want to promote amongst your own people so you can eat each other. So who's more worse enemy to yourself than the other? So you can't even blame other people right now. Why would you even complain about Somalis, about Arabs, about North Africans, or even other people who believe in Christianity, Islam, or any faith? When you yourself are promoting a religion that's actually hunting your own people, the guys over there, the people over there are actually fearful each other to even go down the street because they're like, well, I might be eaten. That's straight up evil, man. We don't promote evil.
Can I talk?
Make your point.
Okay. The video that me and you just watched is in Uganda. And every African country, every African country.
African spirituality.
Can I finish? Come on, man. Damn. This is the thing about. You just make a point. Let me make my own point. What is going on?
No, this is the African spirituality that you promoting it. What is the case you're trying to say? Don't try to sugarcoat it. This is the things you just said it yourself right now. You said this is the African spirituality, voodoo, that you want to promote, which is killing, murdering your own people. So make your point. Give me a reason as to why you believe in that, as to why you want to promote that amongst the Africans.
Can I talk?
Don't try to blame it on Uganda or anything else. Just make the
can
point.
I talk? Can I make a statement? Come on, man. Look, this is what is happening in Uganda. Every country, let me not say every country, maybe Somalia doesn't even have a culture that they believe in. But every sub-Saharan country every country have their own culture. In some African countries that have their own culture, you're gonna have things that they do. In some other tribes, they don't do the same thing. In other tribes, they do. Now, this is my point. When you go to America, to European or different continent, they used to sacrifice. They used to do a lot of sacrifices, and those things they don't longer do it anymore. In the Muslim religions that you believe in, there's what they call Sharia law, that people are being killed
People are being
Yo,
assassinated
stop
every day.
obsessing over us. Make your
But this is
point.
what I'm telling you. There are certain things that can be cut, that can be stopped in these tribes, because now you see what their government are doing.
What do you mean? What
They
are
are
the government? This is
putting
what you
laws.
want to promote. The government is
Bro, let me
actually.
finish. Let people talk,
Bro,
man. When I
damn,
finish,
this
you
guy
can make your
doesn't
own
make no
point.
sense.
Unless you want to go ahead and keep talking.
No. But make the point. You're not all this time. You blame it on Uganda. You blame it on
Bro,
this.
I've just
Now
made
you're
few
talking about
statements and you are
Islam
shout.
again. Tell me why
Go
Africans
ahead.
should
I'm
be
not talking
promoting
anymore.
this.
I'm not talking anymore. Go ahead and talk.
Make the point as to why you want to promote this African spiritual voodoo, right? That's killing people. Make the case. Stop making excuses. Don't say like, oh, now they're not killing anymore. The whole idea of this African spirituality, whatever thing you're talking about, is literally about hunting and murdering people. So make the case as to why you want to promote this, but don't try to hide behind us. Don't try to hide behind Somalis. Don't try to hide behind Islam, and don't ever try to even say like, "Oh, the African government is trying to stop this." No. You want to promote this. You want to promote this African voodoo crap. So make the case as to why you want to promote this. Just it's that simple, man. Just don't try to look for other excuses. Tell me the reason as to why you want to promote this African voodoo that's killing your own people, more so cannibalizing them, more so than anything else outside that came in. Go ahead.
See. Why don't you let people talk, man? What is
Don't
the
try to
point of
run
me
away.
talking
I
and
don't
you are
like people
talking? Let
that
me
try to
make a
run
point,
away.
then you
Just
can go ahead
be a
and
man
debunk
and
it.
make the point, bro. That's all I'm trying to ask you.
But let
For
me talk,
once
and then
in
you
your
go
life.
ahead and debunk it.
Yeah, but don't try to
Stop
blame
cutting
on
me
us. Let's
short.
not talking about us, but just make the point, man. All right.
Stop talking. Look, the religions that you believe in wasn't an African religion. This is what I'm saying,
Again,
and I
don't talk
believe.
about my religion.
Let me
Why you
finish.
want to
Let me
promote
finish, man.
your what the hell is
Go
wrong
ahead
with you, man?
go ahead. I'm done. Go ahead
No.
and talk.
Listen, again, don't try to be a coward by trying to blame it on. Talk about other religions or other cultures. You yourself said that you want to promote this African spirituality that's murdering people, and you say that this is the best case for the African people. So if you want to promote this, be a man for once in your life and just say that as to why you want to promote this over others, as to why you want to do that. But don't try to hide behind us. Don't try to hide behind Islam. Don't try to hide behind Christianity. Don't try to hide behind other cultures or other ethnicities who have never done this. So make
African Millennium. Can you meet this guy, or I'm probably gonna
stop
leave the
trying to make
panel.
the point, man.
I'm trying to talk, but you keep intervening. That's the point.
You know
Stop and
what?
let people talk. When I
Okay,
finish, you can go ahead and argue, man. Shut the
wait.
fuck up.
Okay, so who is making the point?
No, he's
Let me
not
make a
making a
point.
point. This
Then
is the
when I'm
problem.
done,
Watch
you
this.
go ahead and
He's gonna
talk.
talk
Stop telling
African
me what to
millennial. Watch
say.
this. He's gonna talk.
Just
Stop telling me
relax.
what to
You're
say, bro.
speaking.
Shit,
Watch
you
this.
ain't gonna
He's
tell me
gonna
what to
talk. When we
say.
let him
This ain't
talk,
your
he's gonna
channel.
talk about Islam. He's gonna talk about Somalis. He's
Bro,
gonna talk
let
about
me
others.
talk.
He's
When I
not gonna talk
finish, you
about
can
why
go
he
ahead and
wants to
debunk it.
promote this. Make the
What are
point,
you
man.
talking about? And this is the thing that is wrong with Somalians. When they start talking, they
Okay,
want to talk a
nobody's.
whole lot of
Wait,
things.
hold on. Nobody's making a point. So yeah.
But this is the thing.
So
When they keep talking, they want to talk
Well,
all
again,
day.
I
And when
told you
somebody
the whole
caught
time
them,
you want to blame others, but I told you, I asked you a simple question. Why is it that you want to
bro,
promote
let me
this
finish.
as you
Let
were
me
saying
finish.
it?
You've been
Again,
talking.
watch this. I'm going to make it very clear to you what my question is.
No, I already know what your question
But
is.
then
Let me
you want to
answer.
hide behind by trying to talk about others, right? Do you want to talk about Islam? You want to talk about Somalia? You want to talk about Arabs? You want to talk about the sun and the moon? All that stuff. Again, the whole
Bro,
point
I
is
don't
why
give
you
a
want to
fuck about
promote
Muslim
African.
religion. I'm telling you straight
I
up. I
know,
don't
I
give
know
a
you're
fuck about
trying.
your religion.
That's why
But
you're
I
being
care more
sincere.
about African religion. I'm telling you that I'm
So
African.
why you
You're
want to
not.
promote this? The
Bro,
cannibals.
let me talk. You want me to raise my
Go
voice
ahead.
now? I'm gonna raise
Make
it.
the point.
Look,
Stop
I
trying to
don't
make the point.
give an F about your Muslim religion, because most of you guys are not even from the African continent. You don't even consider yourself as one.
Okay,
That's
but
the first
not
thing.
see when you're
And
crying,
now let me
bro.
tell you, I believe in
Oh
African
my God.
religion. I believe in African religion. I believe in what they do,
You
and I
believe in eating
believe in
people.
it. I believe in it.
You believe in eating people, right? Eating your own
I
kind.
believe in it. That's the
Okay.
religion that we came
Okay.
from, and I
So you
believe
believe
in
in
it.
eating
But
your own people.
this is. Let me finish. You gonna have a lot to say, man. What is
No,
going
I
on?
swear to God, for a guy who's talking, you're such a coward, man.
all right,
No,
guys.
your religion is
Wait,
coward, and you
wait.
Somalians
One
are
second.
coward, and that's it. You
Wait,
get it.
wait,
And I'm
wait,
gonna
wait,
stop
wait.
talking.
1 second, please. So This is the end of the show. Any closing statements?
Go ahead. Make
I'll
the
say
statement.
something.
Probably.
I'll say something. Can you guys hear me? Look,
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't care what person worships. Honestly, I think you know Christianity and Muslim there's something bad for Africa because through history, Buddha has a lot of human sacrifice in it. Honestly, just been recorded. Honestly, so it is what it is, you know. But again, anybody can worship any person, anything they want. I don't care, you know, as long we still trying to fix our continent, our countries, you know, separate the religion from the people, understand I worship this, you worship this, they still come together and fix the continent. That's the only thing I care about. You know, put your feelings on side between each other. You know, it does not matter what person believes in. They can believe in a donkey, a hearse. They can believe whatever they want. You know, as long as you respect each other's religion and still try to fix the continent, that's all I care about, honestly.
Bro, would you respect a religion that promotes eating your own people?
No.
Okay, this is what this African guy believes in, man. This is what he wants to promote in Africa. When it comes down to like,
So you're gonna call me African guy because I believe in African religion. So that tells
because
me
you
you're
want
not
to promote
African at all.
eating your own people. What kind of crap is that? You never had
Your
a
own
civilization.
religions kill people, man. What are you talking about? And you believe in it?
No.
You
We're
have
talking
your
about
own religion. I have my
cannibalism,
own
eating.
religion.
You talking about cannibalism, actually eating your own people.
Your own religion believe in killing people when they don't align with you guys. Your own religion believe in
Notice,
discrimination.
you don't even believe
Come
that.
on,
Okay,
man.
prove to me where. I prove to you that your people does it, right? Show me where in the Quran.
There are a lot of videos. I don't go on YouTube and type what they are doing in
Don't say
Mauritania, what
YouTube.
their religion is doing in
Hold on, don't
Mauritania.
say
In
YouTube.
Nigeria, they are doing
Be a
in
man. Show
Nigeria.
me
A
where the
young lady
Quran
was
says
killed
kill
in
people.
Nigeria for cursing out Allah, and she was killed.
Okay, but what does
Come
that
on,
have
man.
to do with
What are you
religion?
talking
If
about?
somebody misuses it, what does that have
It's
to
not
do with?
misusing it. It's your religion. Come
Okay,
on, man.
but see,
Nobody can even
again,
talk bad about you people. What are you saying?
bro, like this is why I'm laughing at you, you know, honestly, because you're so emotional. You watch things
I'm not
that are
emotional
all this
because you
stuff.
guys don't let people talk. Once somebody's
Make the point.
not
All right,
doesn't
do your
align with
closing
you guys,
statement. Stop
it's a
crying.
problem. You always want to claim
Make your closing
superiority.
statement. Go ahead. Keep crying, but go ahead.
You
Make this
guys always
closing
want to claim superiority when it comes to religion, but your religion discriminate against people. You guys sit on the back bench while the white people sit at the front, the Arab people sit on the front, and the darker skin people sit on the back. And you guys do go ahead and kill people, and you guys want to talk about African religion? What do you guys know about African religion? Just because Uganda are doing the same, they are doing a cannibalism doesn't mean all African religion is doing the same thing. African, let me cut this short, man. I'm out of this discussion. I don't want to talk more, but look, I want Africa to really separate because there are certain people that are really not part of Africa. And as a non-Pan-Africanism, tribes should break away from other countries that they feel they are being marginalized. Especially in Cameroon, we have marginalization. In Ethiopia, the Habesha discriminate against the darker skin, the N-Woks. In Ethiopia, the darker skinned people. You go to other countries, people are being marginalized. And if there's opportunity, these people should break away from their countries and stand on their own. That's the only way we can fight about tribalism. Because if you keep staying under these big countries, they will keep marginalizing your people. You wouldn't have nothing to talk about. You know, it's just you will never have your own freedom of speech like in other countries. So this is my end of story, and I don't want to keep talking. So thanks. Bye.
Peace. And we have okay, that's nice one. We have Terrell and think before your time.
All right. Yo, this is kind of hilarious. You know, honestly, usually when I come here, I try to actually at least try to have intellectual conversations with honest people who are not emotionally vested in with the subjects that they're talking about. Unfortunately, this dude right here proves the entire point I was trying to make. For one, he wants to promote an African religion. He wants to get rid of everything, right? Without he doesn't even know what the concept of what religion is, the concept of what the creator is. None of that, as we were talking about, earlier, right? There was a gentleman here, I think it was like what, the La Zulu. you know, even though he had negative views on it, but at least he was absolutely smart enough or honest enough to make his point valid and realize there's certain facts that none of us can deny, right? So the belief in God is a fact. This dude right here, he does not like Islam. It's because, you know, honestly, just like most people who have negative perception, it's because they never studied Islam. Their all information they get from Islam is based on Western media propaganda, who they try to get their information from, and at the same time they try to use that same talking points to attack Muslims when the same media propaganda in the West also make them look bad in Africa, and that talks about Africa's this, Africans are this, and all this stuff, and they complain about it. So in one hand, they love to use the same Western propaganda against Muslims without actually studying Islam or the faith or the Muslims. And then on the other hand, they cry and whine about Western media propaganda being used against them, right? Black, African, whatever you want to call it. So he does not have a leg to stand on. The second part I was trying to say is that when I told him, what do you want to replace with the, you know, if you want to take out religion, what do you want to promote instead? This dude talking about, I'll promote African spirituality, the voodoo and all this stuff, not realizing that there are African, literally, you know, spiritual religions that are killing their own people, killing young kids. Like as you can see on the screen, 9-year-old boy, albino kids being sacrificed for the fucking devil. Excuse my language, you know, honestly, but I can't stand these freaking idiots. You know what I mean? So they would rather promote some sort of a satanic, and they want to hide behind saying, "Oh, it's an African religion," when in reality, it's a devilish religion. It has nothing to do with African people. The vast majority of African people have common sense, right? We know right from wrong, from morality concept. And Islam for us, when it came, it was absolutely talked about factual things that were happening, right? There's one creator, there's one message, and there's one God. That's what Muslims, the three things that concept, like if you want to encompass it on it, right? So one humanity, one message, and one creator. This guy is absolutely feels so inferiority complex by whatever emotional personal experience that he probably experienced in his personal life, because he's not talking about actual, like, you know, evidence. He's only talking about his anecdotal feelings and emotional psyche, whatever he comes across. So he's talking about, oh, the black man is this, or the white man's. It's like, dude, right now I want everybody, in all honesty, who's watching this, go type in, were there black prophets in Islam? You will find out there was the vast majority, the well-known to in today's category would be considered black. They had dark skin. But in Islam, we don't emphasize on color. God, when for us, is like Allah, when he looks at people, he looks at their character, he looks at their intentions and their actions. That's how you are being judged. You're not being judged based on what is skin complexion you have, or how you look, or who, like what family you were born in. None of that is going to help you when you go into the grave, right? But these people are so obsessed over whether it's the skin complexion, or they're obsessed over when it comes down to nationality, or they're obsessed when it comes down to tribalism. And for us, it's like, you don't know what you're talking about. And Islam puts people in check when it comes to, if you become too prideful of your what do you call the tribalism, it becomes the sin. The first racist in Islam was the devil. When God created Adam, he's, you know, the jinn, you know, the Iblis was told, like, hey, you know, we created a perfect human being, right? Bow down to him as the sign of respect. All the angels bow down to him except Iblis. So when he was asked, like, why didn't you bow down? He said, I'm better than him. You created him from the earth, but you created me from fire. So that was the first racist recorded. That same virus has been infected on all throughout human beings, right? And the ones who follow them will deal with the consequences once they die. But don't try to like the actions of what people do. Don't try to blame that on the concept of religion and God. Don't take that. You know, these people, they don't have they seem to have like kind of dissonance, right? Where they're unable to view things logical and rational. So again, I want to tell all these people that want to talk about, we need to get rid of religion. I'm like, okay, what do you want to replace it with? You want to replace it with what? With a government, with a state power? like China or North Korea? You know, honestly, let's ask ourselves a question. You want to replace religion? North Korea did it, and who became God for them? Kim Jong Un became God for them, right? In China, who's God? It's the state, right? The state becomes God. In the West, who is God? Is the money. Money is God. Social media and all these people that's following you, that's God. You idolize in social media people that you want to follow, or you know, on social media, they become it's like modern day idol worship. Look at the people right now. I can talk shit about all the prophets, disrespect Jesus, Moses, Muhammad, and people will not even bat an eye. But if I say something about a celebrity, people will go crazy. If I talk shit about LeBron, or if I try to even criticize him, people will go crazy. If I make a comment about a celebrity, people will come after you. This tells you like there's an idol worship already happening in the West. In fact, in the vast majority of the world. So at the end of the day, you can never escape religion. You just have to pick the right religion. And for me, Islam is the right religion. And we don't apologize for any of that. But anyways, I didn't want to take more of your time, but it was great talking to you as always, African Millennial. And hopefully until next time.
No, definitely. Thanks for calling back. It's nice to know that you're alive.
I try. I'm really working all the time. I don't have time for, honestly, one of the reasons why I don't like coming into these kind of chats is because I don't like wasting my time on nonsense. I don't like talking to emotional people. I'll be honest with you. I like to share information, and I'd rather get learn something new. And if I'm not learning anything new, or if it's not something rational or logic or evidence related, I really don't like wasting my time on it. You know what I mean? But so far, I missed out a couple of shows with Puntai Princess. I'm glad she's doing it. But I try to be around, but at the end of the day, everybody's busy. Inflation is high. there's so much things that needs to be made. But anyways, as always, I appreciate for your time, and it was great talking with you and all the people that was been here. Even the hater that was over there, whatever Judah, whatever he says, I really don't care, man. Once I log off, some people are not even worth my time, but they can hate, they can obsess over Islam, Muslims, all they want. But at the end of the day, we're here. So, but as always, African Millennial, great talking with you, and you have a great night.
Great talking to you. Thanks for calling in. And lastly, Terrell, did you have a closing statement? Terrell, did you have a closing statement? Okay. And there was somebody. I'm actually chewing on a mint. That's why I'm talking like this. But there's somebody in the backstage who clicked the link when Think Before You Type was talking, and I'm telling you, the show's over. I'm sorry, I can't even let you in for a minute because you're not gonna leave. No shade. So yeah, call back in next time. All right, so the topic was Africans are tired of protest, civil war, blah blah blah. We talked about that in the beginning. And we also tied into religion. That's how the religion topic tied in. Okay, religion. A lot of these religions, it was through trade, or it was through force or intermarriage that they came onto the continent. So I feel like unless you force people to not be religious anymore, unless there's probably another colonizer that's gonna force people not to be religious, I don't really see it happening in my lifetime. I personally just don't. Oh, and Africans being depressed because of, everything that they've been through. You did not hear this from me. You did not hear this from me, but this instability, I feel like it's going to be a cycle, and it's going to come back because Africans don't forget when someone did something to them. So there's a couple of countries I can see that are going to go into civil wars and genocides and things like that. I could see that, I don't really like to talk about it because it's kind of hurtful, but it just is what it is. You know, it just is what it is. Like, I don't know. In Ghana, right, we have this derogatory term for people for people who've gone through civil wars and genocides, because we haven't, right? So we have a derogatory term for people who went through genocides. We call them genociders. And these are the type of people that we really just don't want to talk to. Like, we could talk to them, but integrating them into our culture, we just don't want that mentality to spread. Do you even know what Islam means? Doesn't it mean peace? I swear that's what it means. So anyways, he's claiming a Muslim religion that does not belong to him. 911, never forget. Yeah, the things that happen on the continent are much worse than 911. Trust me, they just didn't have the technology to do that, but I mean, if they did, they would. And in a way, there are many 911s, not that bad, but there are. I mean, just look at Rwanda, look at Burundi. I mean, Rwanda, I think they can move past it, but Burundi, I mean, a country like that, does anyone have any hope for that country? I do not. You know, and I'm just being honest. A country that has a $200 GDP per capita, people don't really seem that happy. And I don't know if Burundi has a terrorist problem, but that would be one of the best spots to go to. Places where people are looking for money. That would be the perfect place for these people to go to. I mean, it just happens to be like that all the time. The South Africans were talking about, oh, we don't want terrorism to come into our country. I don't know. I think they are a bit ahead. I don't see terrorism going over there. It seems that people are much happier and they have other things to think about. And then not to mention that there are Caucasians over there that will never let that happen. So in the case of Southern Africa, I don't see that going over there. Mozambique, it's kind of obvious why Mozambique is dealing with Al-Shabaab and all these other companies or organizations, I should say. I'm holding on Burundi. Okay. So anyways, that's it, guys. I'm about to head out and go to bed. I'll see you guys soon. The next topic is, I think I want to talk about East African community. I don't want people to be sensitive during that topic because it's like seeing what's happening on the outside is great, but then when you talk to certain groups of Africans who are in the East African community, they don't have faith in it really. They're actually scared of what Kenya in particular is gonna do to them. But in any case, that's it. I'll see you guys later. Bye.